Thinking service? Think Tires Plus.
With 26 flavors, got a sauce for every squad. Don't drip on the drip. The greatest of all times, Buffalo Wild Wings.
You have built an amazing life by working hard and doing your job well. Delivering financial advice is what we do well. At Ameriprise Financial, our job is to use our skills, experience, and research to help you become more successful in today's economy. What we want you to walk away from each encounter with is satisfaction in knowing that together, we've done what we can to help you work toward a better future.
Thanks for buying some room.
The magic of what we do really comes down to combining different aspects of patient care. Here at Premier Chiropractic, we love combining soft tissue work, the adjustment, and exercises together. We found that this gets the best results for our patients. We have 3 chiropractors to fit the needs of the entire family, a rehab area for our exercises and equipment for any athlete to improve performance. Give us a call and we will get you back to doing what you love.
For your surprisingly great rates, contact your local State Farm agent today.
If you want the real deal, talk to State Farm agent Michael Lebron in Minot today.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Carson, timeout.
Who calls a timeout in this game?
Me, I'm icing the kicker.
Really?
It'll give us more time to talk about First Western Bank and Trust,
Like our convenient online banking.
along with smart trust service options.
We're all about hometown service with bankers that know you and the community.
Okay, go ahead and kick.
I don't believe this.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
We raise the bar on bar food with sandwiches, tenders, and there's more where this came from. To the greatest of all times, Buffalo Wild Wings.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA and SIPC. Investment advice offered through GWM Advisors, LLC, doing business as Goss Advisors, a registered investment advisor. GWM Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
We raise the bar on bar food with sandwiches, tenders, and there's more where this came from. To the greatest of all times, Buffalo Wild Wings.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by 4 teams remain with a state championship dream that's still alive coming into day number 2 of the North Dakota State Class A baseball tournament. Welcome into Jack Brown Stadium here in the beautiful Jamestown, North Dakota. We're underway for North Dakota Class A baseball semifinals here tonight with Dickinson and Shanley. We're already underway with Sam Oshak over at first. He was hit by a pitch and walked, and then a towering shot that came there from Adam Leininger. And Leininger is going to fly out over towards the right field fence. Brings up Tommy Simon. Jaden Leininger will bat next. He's the starting pitcher today here for Shanley. Let's set the defensive structure here for Dickinson. Jaden Bass, Carson Weiler, and Drew Kovash are in the outfield today. Playing third, Britton Cranston. Jace Kovash plays short. Aiden Hike is at second. Caden Krieg plays first base today. Troy Berg is behind the plate, and Isaac Daly is on the hill today here for the Dickinson Midgets. Midgets come into this matchup today with a record of 24-3. They were the number 3 seed out of the West Region coming in. They won the West Region regular season crown here in 2022. Luke Rusted's Fargo Shanley Deacons, 4 seed out of the East. 14-7 overall on the year. No balls and a strike. 1 down here in the top half of the first inning. Wind up in the pitch. Down and away, ball 1, 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's the windup of the pitch. Curveball from Isaac Daly. Just misses on the outside corner, and the count moves to 2-1. Tommy Simon, the shortstop, digs in on the right side. The old school outfit for Simon with the stirrups on the socks and the high knees. Baseball's going to get away from Berg. He's going to have to track it all the way back over at the Shanley dugout. That's going to advance the runner Oshak over to second. And now Shanley has a runner on second with 1 down here in the top half of the first inning. Dickinson, the home team today. Shanley, the visitor. Shanley's in red. Red helmets, red hats, white trim, white pants with a black stripe down the side of the pants. Dickinson with the same pants on today. White with the black stripe. Swing and a miss. As Isaac Daly brings the heat. And the count moves to full here against Tommy Simon, the shortstop. Simon went 2 for 4 yesterday with a pair of singles in the ball game. Here's the windup of the pitch from Daly. That one rocketed right back up the middle. It's going to go out to center field. Rounding third is Oshak, and Oshak stands up and scores as Simon drives in the first round of the state semifinals tonight. And Simon credited with the RBI. Shanley leads 1-0. Big thanks to our friends at Shields, bringing you the pregame show here tonight. Shields of Minot and Bismarck, proud supporters of North Dakota high school athletics across the board. Big thanks to Shields, as always, for doing what they do. Jordan Leininger comes out, the pitcher, cleanup batter, batting from the right side. He's got the face paint on underneath the eyes today as the sun is out and shining again here at Jack Brown Stadium. Wind is considerably less here today than it was yesterday. That one's driven out to left, and back-to-back singles here for Shanley. Sees Leininger over at first, and now Tommy Simon advancing to second with 2 runners on and 1 out. Here in the top half of the first inning, Shanley on top by a score of 1-0 on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard.
Now running for the Deacons, number 17, Avery House.
Avery House is going to come in to run. Comes in for the starting pitcher, Jordan Leininger, after his single. Isaac Daly, the left-hander, on the hill here today for Dickinson. Takes a look and takes the call from Troy Berg, the All-State player. That one outside the zone. Berg had to reach after it. He gathers it and tosses it back to Daly. Showing bunt was Jaden Nort. So pitching in over from first base was Caden Krieg. Pitch was outside. The count sits at 1-0. Daly takes the call from Berg. Runners on first and second. Here's the windup of the pitch, showing bunt again. That one missed the outside corner. It goes to 2 balls and no strikes. Behind the dish today for this first semifinal matchup, Brian Horniker. Had a nice conversation with Brian last night after the ball games, and we talked about some of the plays and those bang-bang plays at first base yesterday. A lot of small ball being played yesterday, 2 on the count. That one was in for a strike from Daly. We talked about it just a bit on how intense those plays can be and how quick they happen. With the wind the way it was yesterday, there was so much small ball being played that the bunting and stolen bases and the throwdowns, they were plentiful yesterday without a doubt. Count moves to 3-1. And we're going to have a mound visit here from Pete Dobitz. We'll take a quick break on the PSP Network. First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. See Shanley on top 1-0 over Dickinson here in the top half of the first. Well, Pete Dobitz came out to the hill to have a quick conversation with the starting pitcher, Isaac Daly, here for the Dickinson Midgets. And now Daly throws that one behind the player, Jaden Nort, and Nort's going to make his way over to first on the walk. Shanley was in this game last year. They ended up winning it. They moved on to play West Fargo Cheyenne in the state championship. They got pounded in the title game 11-1, and they want nothing more than to get back to the big dance here in 2022. Bases are all of a sudden full, and coming to the dish now is Landon Meyer. Meyer went 1 for 2 last night with a walk in his quarterfinal outing. Daly delivers in with a curveball, and strike number 1 goes on the board. No balls, 1 strike, 1 down. Bases loaded here for the Deacons. Daly's going to kick and fire, swing and a miss. As that one hits the outside corner, and behind it was Landon Meyer. No balls, 2 strikes. The left-hander Daly looks down to the All-State catcher, Troy Berg. Takes the call, taking his time here. Now he pitches and fires that one right back up the middle and hits second base. One run comes around to score. There's a play coming at the plate. Berg's going to tag him out, and the second out to the ball game comes there as Troy Berg received the gun from Carson Weiler, and a play from the outfield that was a doozy in the showdown at home plate belonged to the catcher. 1 run did come around to score, however. That was Simon that came around. The Leininger run was the one that was tagged at the plate. So now there's 2 outs and runners on first and second. Shanley is on top by a score of 2-0 on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. No balls and a strike here to Josh Deaver. Right-handed batter facing the lefty Daly. Daly fires behind him again, and now Berg goes back to the backstop to pick up the baseball. And the runners advance into scoring position here with 2 Deacons on second and third base. 73 degrees here in Jamestown today with a Slight wind, 15 mile an hour, gusting at times. A lot of cloud in the sky above the ball field, a few in the distance. Curveball, outside corner, he got it. Ryan Horniker says it painted it. And the count moves to 1-2.
Yeah, you're Isaac.
2-0 Shanley on top. They tried to add to their lead here. As Josh Beaver will take the 1-2 pitch. Swings on. This one goes to Cranston. He'll scoop. Turns and fires over to first. Plays made by Caden Krieg, who went down to make the stop. And some damage was done in the first inning, however. 2 runs were scored on 3 hits. There were no errors charged to Dickinson. And 2 runners left on base. Shanley strikes for first blood in the state semifinals. They lead 2-0 on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard.
Life is all about moments. Big moments. Small moments. And those moments you can't put into words. It's how we at First International Bank and Trust live first and have been for more than 110 years. One customer, one family, one moment at a time. First International Bank and Trust. Live first.
At East First West Showdown here today on the PSP Network. It's state Class A baseball coverage of the state semifinals. Winner of this one will move on to play either Minot or Cheyenne. They play next here on the PSP Network along with the NFHS Network. Nick Holbrook glad to be here. We're live from Jack Brown Stadium here in Jamestown, North Dakota. Dickinson trailing 2-0 at the end of a half an inning played as Shanley comes out to warm up defensively and the bats start to swing here for the Midgets. Here's the lineup for Shanley, brought to you by our friends at the UPS Store. UPS Store located on South Broadway in Minot. Open 7 days a week, the UPS Store. Eli Harris is in right. Isaac Emineth is playing center. Jay Nord plays left. Tommy Simons at short. Landon Myers at second. Adam Leininger's at first. Josh Beavers at third base. Oshak behind the dish, and Jordan Leininger gets the call here today as the starting pitcher, the right-hander, will face the first batter, Jace Kovash, here for the Dickinson Midgets in the bottom half of the first. Jace Kovash 1 for 4 yesterday with a walk. Bats in the number 1 spot, sees that one miss high in the zone. The count moves to 1-1. Kovash with a good outing yesterday at the plate. It was Drew Kovash on the hill yesterday. Jason that leadoff roll yesterday as well. Swing and a miss, and he got struck out. Chase the outside curveball, and he goes down swinging. First strikeout of the ball game for Jordan Leininger.
Second, catcher number 1, Troy Berg.
Brings up the all-standard Troy Berg in the conversation for the Gatorade Player of the Year. You'll see the first pitch, and he'll drive it right out to left. Finds some green, and Troy Berg has the first hit for the Midgets here on the Friday afternoon affair. Berg singles, brings up Aiden Hike, the second baseman. Troy Berg had 3 stolen bases yesterday. He'll set up over at first. Will he look to get the motor started early on here in this semifinal matchup? Hike, the right-hander, facing Leininger, the right-hander. Berg thought about it. He had a healthy lead, and then he trots back over to first base as Oshak was up and ready for it. Luke Rusted, the head coach of Shanley, was here watching yesterday. He saw the small ball. Sure, part of the game plan is just to play smart defensively and try to hold the runners where you may. Errors were the name of the game in the quarterfinals. Berg thought about it. Lost his footing and then trots back over to first. Oshak took a look at him and just stared him down. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 down. Dickinson trailing by 2 The First International Bank and Trust scoreboard, it's 2-0. Chandley on top in the bottom half of the first. Leidinger. He's going to fire back over to first, and they get him. Not in time, but boy, was that a close one. Leidinger turned and fired over to first, and Adam Leidinger, the Leidinger to Leidinger connection there, but Berg slides it on the belly safely. That was some mixed reviews on that play. Berg will gather a lead again over at first base. Will Leidinger try to go after him again? He will. Fires over, but in safely again is Berg. He's got the white uniform on today that's turning brown on the belly and the pants on the front side. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 down. Aiden Hike still waiting for the pitch to be delivered his way. Leidinger takes a look at Berg at first again. Now Leidinger will turn and fire. Now Oshak fires down to first. Not in time as Berg back in safely. Well, they know that Berg has the ability to run. Had to steal a base or 2 or 3 like he did yesterday, and he's got a healthy lead again over at first right now as Leidinger takes a look, and now there's going to be time called. And stepping out will be Aiden Hike. Steps back into the box, digs the cleats in. Leidinger takes a peek back over at Berg at first. Now Leidinger comes set, turns and fires again over to first. Berg in safely. And Leidinger goes back to the hill. So the game of cat and mouse continues here with Leidinger, Oshak, and Berg. Here's the windup of the pitch. Berg's going to go. This ball's hit out towards right field. Tracking over at right. Into the glove it goes. And Eli Harris will make the play over there. He throws it back in, and Berg had to slide it safely. 2 away as that shot from Hike goes all the way out towards the right field fence. 300 to the corner out there. But you got to climb the wall to clear the fence. The only player in yesterday's quarterfinal matchups that was able to do so is the gentleman at the plate right now, the left-handed hitting Isaac Daly. 3 for 4 yesterday with a 2-run home run. That came in the 7th inning. Takes the ball inside, and the count moves to 1-0. The green fence that goes all the way around Jack Brown Stadium. Over in left and in right, they've got a metal fence that goes up probably another 10 to 15 feet. Got to go about 25 feet in the air if you want to send it out of here over at right or left. You go to center, but you have to go 365 to get to Denaway Center here at Jack Brown. Daly sees the second one in for a ball. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 out. Berg again over at first. Covered in the baseball field dirt as he's been sliding back in over at first as he's been chased over. Daly stays in the box but falls one back, and the count moves to 2-1. Well, the wind is down today compared to where it was at yesterday. At 40 miles an hour yesterday, almost steady, blowing right back in towards home plate. Made it nearly impossible to send one out of here, but Daly did that. Daly's going to call for time. This one started early today. 4:26 was the actual game time start. This pace, we're going to be here late tonight. Leidinger turns back, fires over, chases Berg back in, and Berg's in safely again. West Fargo Cheyenne and Minot High meet tonight. Cheyenne, the defending state champions, looking for their second state title in 6 years of existence. Here's the windup of the pitch. Berg's going to go. Throw down comes to second. He got him in time. And it paid off as Sam Oshak finally gets Berg out after attempt to do so. As Berg slides in, but Oshak says, "You shall not pass." And the third out comes on the block stolen base as Oshak had the throw down to second. Through 1 inning of play, 2-0 Shanley's on top. No runs registered on 1 hit. No Shanley errors. 2-0 on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. The Deacons lead the Midgets.
Carson, timeout.
Who calls a timeout in this game?
Me, I'm icing the kicker.
Really?
It'll give us more time to talk about First Western Bank and Trust,
Like our convenient online banking.
along with smart trust service options.
We're all about hometown service with bankers that know you and the community.
Okay, go ahead and kick.
I don't believe this.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
Well, Troy Berg got to first, and then he showed that he wanted to steal. And then we had a teeter-totter match of going back and forth from the pitcher to first, to home to first, trying to get Troy Berg out over at first base with a healthy lead. I didn't keep a tally of it, but it had to have been 7 times or more, at least, probably. Berg finally decided to steal, and he got on his horse over to second, and by the time he got there, Oshak had already delivered the ball, and the third out of the first inning came to a close as Shanley Deacons finally got Troy Berg, the All-Stater, out for the third out of the first inning. We move to the second inning now. Second inning here brought to you by our friends at Clean Tech. Don't forget about Clean Tech's 24/7 disaster response and restoration services. Find them online, cleantechllc.us. Clean Tech coming to the rescue since 1992. Isaac Ebeneth, Elias Harris, and then back to the top of the order with Sam Oshak is who we'll see here for Shanley in the top half of the second. First pitch in for a strike as that changeup came in and fell off the table. And the count moves to 0-1. Berg lost a handle on the baseball. He had to trot back over and grab it. Throws it back up to Daly, and Daly on his 28th pitch of the ball game sends another off-speed pitch in, and that's it for a strike. No balls and 2 strikes here as the number 8 batter, Isaac Ebeneth, looks to add to a 2-0 Shanley Deacons lead. Here's the windup of the pitch. Another breaking ball. That time it got away from Troy Berg. Down in the zone for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ebeneth looks on. Here's the windup of the pitch. Swing and a miss, and he struck him out. Isaac Daly with his first K of the day. Go to the number 9 hitter, the right fielder, Elias Harris. Elias was yesterday's starting pitcher here for Shanley. He's going to drive one out towards left, and that one's going to fall in the gap in between short and left, and Harris gets over to first. He sends out a hit.
Catcher Sam Oshak.
Brings up Sam Oshak. Walked his first at-bat, the leadoff batter here for Shanley. Oshak went 1 for 3 yesterday, the left-hander. He had a walk to his name as well. Lefty versus lefty matchup here with Oshak going against Isaac Daly with a runner on, 1 down. 2-0 Shanley on top here in the top half of the second. Daly fires back over to first, and diving it safely is Elias Harris. Daly comes back up to the hill. Has the glove up in front of his face, takes the call here from Troy Berg. Here's the windup. The pitch, swing and a miss. Oshak behind that one. As Daly bringing some stuff to the table today here in the state semifinals. No radar gun here at Jack Brown Stadium. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one's going to be chopped over towards short. Taylor-made double play ball. There's the first. Now the second. In time, no. 6-4-3 on the put-on attempt, and it was Kovash that grounded it. They got the first one as Harris is retired. Sam Oshak, the fielder's choice, makes his way safely over to first. Brings up Adam Leininger, the first baseman. Two lefties at the top of the order here for Shanley. First pitch to Adam Leininger misses outside. And 1 ball, no strikes. Good crowd on hand today here at the state semifinals. Plenty of red and white to the seats. Plenty of orange and gray and black as well with Dickinson. Here's the windup of the pitch. This one's going to be driven over towards the bathrooms. Souvenir will find a fan there. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Get him, Daly.
One state title all time for Shanley. This is their 9th appearance at the state Class A baseball tournament. They won back in 2013. 3 title game appearances. The last was last year where they lost to Cheyenne 11-1. Ball down to the dirt, and Berg has to chase after it. He's up. They hold the runner over at first. As Oshak stands at first, and in the batter's box, Adam Leininger here with the 2-1 count. Dickinson, on the other hand, is a team that has been known to be a powerhouse in high school baseball, Legion baseball as well. 5 titles for the Midgets. Starting in 2001, they won their second in 2004. Another title in 07. They did it again in 09. That ball's going to be driven hard out to right. Has a chance. All the way hits the wall. And it's going to bounce off the wall all the way back. 1 run's going to come around to score. And on the stand-up double, that ball is bombed by Adam Leininger. Leininger's going to score the RBI, and Shanley takes a 3-0 lead. It's going to bring up Tommy Simon after Adam Leininger blasts one all the way out. It hit the wall out in right, and then it bounced off the wall and carried all the way back out into the middle of the outfield, where Weiler had to go after it along with Kovash. 2 runs in the first for Shanley, another one here in the second, and they continue to look for more with 2 outs and a rally started here. Tommy Simon with an RBI in the ball game, coming back in the first inning. That was an RBI single. Tommy Simon's going to trot on over to first.
Jordan Leininger.
Brings up Jordan Leininger. 1 for 1 today with a single. Off speed again from Daly, and that time fell outside the zone. 1 ball, no strikes. Leininger with the lead over at second. Simon at first. Daly takes a peek back at Leininger, now kicks and fires, and that one in for a strike as the fastball came down Broadway. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 down. We're in the top half of the second. Dickinson has the last bat today as the home team. High in the zone, that one missed for ball number 2, and the count moves to 2-1. Some chatter coming from the Shanley dugout here. Trying to build on the 3-0 lead. Daly's going to step off the hill and take a moment to regroup. Daly takes the call from Berg. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one chopped up the third base line, but it goes foul. Yeah, the count moves to 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Dickinson fans start to get behind their starting pitcher here as Daly has a chance for his second strikeout of the ball game. Trying to end the top half of the second inning. Daly looks back at Leininger. Now he's going to kick and fire. Sends it in. Strikeout was there, I do believe. I think it was called a strike, but it got by Troy Berg, and it loads the bases. Second strikeout of the ball game for Isaac Daly. Be an error-charged Troy Berg, and reaching first on the air will be Jaden Leininger. Jaden Ort comes up next. He walked back in the first.
Now running for the Deacons, number 17, Avery House.
Avery House on a run for the Deacons. Runners at first, second, and third as Daly comes in after Ort with a curveball. That one missed for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 down. Shanley in their red uniforms and white pants have the bases juiced here at Jack Brown Stadium and a chance to add to a 3-0 lead. That one's going to be fouled back from Ort. The count moves to 1-1. Subtle breeze today here at Jack Brown Stadium. Just a beautiful day across the board. One of the nicer ones of the summer so far. A great day for baseball. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. As Ort was in after that one. And Daly had some heat. 1 ball, 2 strikes here with 2 down. Leads on the corners. Runner at second with a lead as well. They'll be running here with contact. Here's the windup and the pitch. Just missed the outside corner. The count moves to 2-2. Many-year veteran. Umpire behind the dish, Brian Horniker. Also one of the coaches of the Minot High basketball team. Here's the 2-2 pitch coming from Daly. Sends it in. That one's going to go out to left, tracking. That one will be foul. As trying to track it down was Jaden Bass, but it fell in before he could get a glove on it. So staying alive at the plate is Jaden Ort. Get a full house on the bases. Outfielders playing a little bit deeper here today than they were yesterday with the wind situation. As we say that now, the American flag out at center starts to move and groove just a little bit more as the 2-2 pitch is delivered. Swung on and a miss. And there's the strike count as Jaden Ort goes down swinging. And Isaac Daly registers his 3rd strikeout of the ballgame. Damage was done. 1 run on no hits officially. 1 error charged here to the Midgets, and 3 left stranded on base. 3-0 ball game in favor of Shanley on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. Midgets come to the plate next.
The magic of what we do really comes down to combining different aspects of patient care. Here at Premier Chiropractic, we love combining soft tissue work, the adjustment, and exercises together. We found that this gets the best results for our patients. We have 3 chiropractors to fit the needs of the entire family, a rehab area for our exercises and equipment for any athlete to improve performance. Give us a call and we will get you back to doing what you love.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
Isaac Daly comes to the plate here for the Midgets as we enter the bottom half of inning number 3. The official stat line did change on the scoreboard here at Jack Brown Stadium. It was 1 run on 2 hits, 3 left on. They didn't charge an error on the board to the catcher Troy Berg, so a pass ball would be called. Isaac Daly at the dish. Daly's going to smack that one out towards right, has a chance. Oh boy, goodbye. That thing just about smoked a Chevy Silverado passing by. And Isaac Daly's got his second smash of the tournament as he goes out to right and clears the fence. See you later. Daly's got his second home run of the tournament. You could feel that one as soon as it came off the bat from Daly. That was moving and grooving. There's a white pickup out there that was driving by right at about the same time, and that thing, I'm telling you, just about got smoked. Drew Kovash, the right fielder's up. His first at bat here in the semifinals. Kovash sees an 0-2 count on the board. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one high in the zone. Here in the bottom half of the second, 3-1, Shanley on top. Kovash, Bast, and Krieg due up here for the Dickinson Midgets. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one's going to be fouled back. Off of Kovash, the count sits at 1-2. Kovash yesterday went 2 for 3 with a walk in the ball game. Bats on the right side. He's got black batting gloves on here today as he steps in and sees the 1-2 pitch. Missed the corner. The count moves to 2-2. Well, the solo home run from Isaac Daly brought the fans to volume and gave some energy to the Dickinson bench, and all of a sudden, after being behind in the count, Kovash sees a 3-2 count on the board. Here in the middle of the order for the Dickinson Midgets in the bottom half of the second. Here's the windup of the pitch. Kovash chops it towards third. Gloved here by Beaver across the diamond. Not in time, and Kovash beats the throw. And the Midgets put another runner on with the single from Drew Kovash. Brings up Jaden Bass, the left fielder. His first plate appearance here today in the ballgame. Didn't have the day he wanted to yesterday at the dish. He went 0 for 3 yesterday. He had a walk to his name as well. Bats on the right side and steps in here to face the starter, Jordan Leininger. Leininger takes a look back over at Kovash. Leininger's going to turn and fire, showing bunt. Here's a throw down back to first from Oshak. And sliding in time safely over at first was Drew Kovash. 1 ball, no strikes. Brian Horniker's going to step out and have a conversation with the field umpire over the first base side. There's a conversation coming from Luke Rustad and the coaching staff of Shanley wanting to challenge the call, and Brian Horniker got the confirmation that safe was the call for Kovash over at first. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one down away in the zone. Count moves to 2 balls and no strikes. 3-1 ball game on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. Shanley scored twice in the first, 1 in the second. And Dickinson's got their run here in the second. A solo blast from Daly if you're just joining us. To make it 3-1, there's nobody out and a 2-0 count. Here to Jaden Bast, who faces Jordan Leininger. Leininger now turns and fires. Bunt is shown. That one's going to roll to the pitcher. Leininger fires over to first. Runner advances, and then a throw goes over to second, and then safely at second is Kovash. Caden Krieg comes up. Bats on the left side as well. He wears number 17. Krieg's going to step in. Only batted once yesterday. Came in and pitch hit late portions of the ball game yesterday. Sees his first pitch, and that one's outside for a ball. Don't forget, Scott Cattell is on the air with the state softball tournament. State A semifinals for girls high school softball, just 2 blocks away here at the beautiful park at Jamestown, North Dakota. Scotty on the air with the NFHS network and the PSP network. 2 balls, no strikes here to Krieg. Leininger takes the call from the dugout. Looks back at Oshak now. Doesn't shake the head, yes, just Cubs set. Head delivers. Outside corner for a strike on the fastball. 2 balls, 1 strike, and 1 out with a runner on second base for the Midgets. Trying to erase a 2-run deficit right now with Shanley on top 3-1 here in the bottom half of the second. Curveball just missed high. 3 balls, 1 strike. Saw some guys in the opening round yesterday that had some motion on the baseball. Some good pitching performances yesterday. The best probably came from Hammond from Cheyenne. 11 strikeouts in yesterday's ballgame. This one towered up, and it's going to be caught by the shortstop, Tommy Simon. Simon gloves it for the second out. Brings up Carson Weiler, his first at-bat here in the ballgame. Britton Cranston will bat next, and then back to the top of the order. And Jace Kovash. Weiler batting from the right side. Weiler facing Leininger. Here's the pitch. Another off-speed pitch. That's it for a strike. Weiler came in at the end of the ball game and closed out the contest last night from the hill. Drew Kovash started. Bast pitched yesterday as well for the Dickinson Midgets, and then Weiler came in and closed it on out. Dickinson had a slow start yesterday. No runs through 3 innings. They had a 1-run 4th, 3 runs in the 5th, 2 runs in the 7th to advance into the state semifinals. Catcher drops the ball. Oshak picks it back up, fires down the third base line. Kovash slides in head first, and he is out of there. Drew Kovash on his horse, but again, Oshak with his second throw down of the ball game, and Oshak from behind the dish doing his part today here for the Shanley Deacons. He's got another out here for Shanley. 1 run was scored on 2 hits here for the Dickinson Midgets. There were no Shanley errors. And none left on base as the throwdown came for Drew Kovash, the only base runner that was out there. 3-1 of the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. The Deacons lead the Midgets here at state semifinal number 1 from Jack Brown Stadium.
Thanks for buying some fruit.
Three-1 ball game here in the state semifinals. Nick Holberg on the call on the PSP Network, along with the NFHS Network. We thank you fans for joining us for another great day of baseball. Here from Jack Brown Stadium. Daly had the pinch, went off of Troy Berg. It was a ball. And Landon Meyer will step in for his second at bat here of the ballgame. An RBI earlier on in the contest. That was a RBI single. Drove in the second run for Shanley in the first inning. Scored 1 in the last inning. And then Dickinson got themselves out of a jam. There's a Curveball that comes in and hits the strike zone. 2 balls, 1 strike. Beaver, Ebeneth, and Harris are due up. As Daly goes to work, kicks and fires. And Troy Berg having some trouble with the baseball from behind the dish here today. That one goes off the glove of the catcher, Troy Berg again. Daly, the left-handed pitcher, kicks and fires. And down Broadway goes for a strike, and the count moves to full and 3-2. Well, the wind picks up just a bit. Blowing back towards home plate. Here's the windup of the 3-2 pitch. Outside the zone and high. And the free pass is there for Landon Meyer to lead things off here in the top half of the third.
Third baseman Josh Beaver.
Brings up Josh Beaver. 0 for 1 today. Berg's going to come out and have a conversation here with Daly. Berg's got the gray catcher's pads on here today, the gray catcher's mask. Rawlings emblem right on the center of the chest. He'll come back and squat down and deliver the sign here to the starting pitcher, Daly. Daly looks over at first and then just fires to first, chasing Meyer back. Healthy lead over at first again. Here for Meyer, but Daly's going to turn and fire. This one's going to be hit right to the second baseman. Hike delivers it over. This one's going to go 4-6-3 on the double play. Put out to the Midgets have got some momentum now on the put out there. As Josh Beaver hits into it.
Center fielder Isaac Ebeneth.
And Isaac Ebeneth will come up next after the tailor-made double play ball. And a nice play from Aiden Hike over to Jace Kovash. Caden Krieg completed it with the catching of the ball. I might have been able to make that play. Probably the scoop and delivery from second base to the shortstop to get the first out of the double play. But the throw in time coming off of Jace Kovash. 2 outs. Here's a drive that goes out into left. It's going to drop down in front of Jaden Bast. Bast will fire it into Kovash, and there's a runner on here for the Deacons as Isaac Ebeneth has a single in the ball game.
Right fielder Elias Harris.
Elias Harris comes up. 1 for 1, singled back to the second. Lead over at first base here for Isaac Ebeneth. Trey Berg thought about a throwdown over to first as that ball was outside. And the count moves to 1-0. Daly shakes off the call for Berg. Once, twice. Daly then stares back. He agrees. He's going to kick and deliver. And Berg's going to throw it down over to first. Did he get him? Not quite. Dickinson thought they had him as the entire infield jumping up and down in disappointment. And now there's going to be a conversation coming here with Pete Dolbitz, who comes out to have a conversation with the first base umpire on a close play on the throwdown over to first base. And Troy Berg almost had a put out of his own from behind the dish. Hoshak, the catcher for Shanley's got 2 of those to his name today. Berg's going to try it again, fires it down. That one not as close. And sliding back in time was Isaac Ebeneth. 2 balls and a strike with 2 down. Top half of the third inning. Shanley leading Dickinson 3-1. Shanley at the dish here. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one inside. And Berg with the block of the baseball. The count moves to 3-1. Stick around for our Shots Crossroads postgame show here tonight. Shots Crossroads, home of the famous number 99. Open 24/7, 365 days a year at Shots Crossroads, your postgame headquarters. Big swing and a miss as Daly got him to chase the outside ball, and the count moves to 3 balls and 2 strikes. Count is full. Ebeneth with the lead over at first for the Deacons. Here's the windup of the pitch. That ball's driven hard out towards left, but it's going to go foul. as it rolls into the corner of the ballpark. All the way to the corner, where there's big evergreens that cover the backdrop here at Jack Brown Stadium. Just a beautiful facility. I know I talked about that quite a bit yesterday, but this is up there for ballparks in North Dakota. Down to the valley. Here's a attempt back over to first as Isaac Daly will chase Ebeneth back over to first base. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Here's the windup of the pitch. This ball is going to be fouled back. Goes over towards the Dickinson dugout. And the count remains at 3-2. 67 pitches now for Isaac Daly. Can pitch 120 in an outing. And once you reach the pitch limit, you're done for that game. Here's the windup of the pitch. He struck him out. Harris chased it. Daly picks up K number 4 on the day. And we sit on a 3-1 ball game at the end of 2.5 innings played here on the PSP Network. Shanley on top by 2 runs over Dickinson. But this one has some intensity to it here in the state semifinals. Midgets come to the plate when we return.
Remember where this goes?
I don't know.
Are you sure it was a clicking and not a zzz, zzz?
I think your quash litter valve's stuck.
Do you even have insurance? If we soak it, it should be good.
No matter how much you know or don't know about your vehicle, trust the experts at Tires Plus. Real answers from real mechanics.
Inspections are free to ensure your vehicle is always in peak condition.
Thinking service? Think Tires Plus.
No runs on no hits. No Dickinson errors, 1 runner left on base. And that's the stat line for the top half of the third as Shanley hangs on to a 3-1 lead on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard right now. And the Midgets come back up. Bottom half of the order, Carson Weiler batting in the number 8 spot.
Number 7, Carson Weiler.
Then Britton Cranston, then back to the top of the order. Dickinson went 1-2-3. And then in the second inning, they went 1-2-3-4. So Midgets trying to get through their lineup for the first time here in the ballgame. First one towards Cranston inside for a ball. Leidinger at pitch number 35 here in the ballgame. He'll turn and fire. That one hits the corner as well. Count sits at 1-1. Here's the windup of the 1-1 pitch. Missed outside, and the count moves to 2-1. 3-1, Shanley on top. Now the inside pitch from the outside to the in. And Weiler sees ball number 3 come by. And the 3-1 pitch coming here. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one driven hard right to third base. Beaver up with it across the diamond. And the 5-3 put out is there as Carson Weiler grounds out. Brings up Britton Cranston. Playing third today, wearing number 23, batting from the right side of the plate. Cranston went 0 for 1 yesterday with a walk in the ballgame. Black New Balance shoes on here today. He steps in the low stance and he sees ball number 1. Multi-sport athlete for the Dickinson Midgets. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one's down to the dirt for ball number 2 as Oshak had the stop there. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one's right down Broadway for strike number 1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Here to the number 9 batter, Britton Cranston for Dickinson. Here's the windup of the pitch. That curveball paints the inside corner, and the count moves to 2-2. Windup of the 2-2 pitch is going to be popped up towards the third baseman, tracking it all the way over to the fence, and Josh Beaver is going to make the play on the third base line, and Cranston retired for the second down here on the bottom half of the third.
First up, Jace Kovash.
Brings up Jace Kovash. Facing Leininger for the second time here today. Kovash struck out his first at bat here in the ball game. That was the first at bat for the Midgets. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 down. Kovash sees that one inside and in high for a ball. 2 balls, no strikes here for Jace Kovash, the shortstop. Wind up with a pitch outside the zone, and Kovash has the eye and watches that one fly by. Troy Berg due up, then Aiden Hike, and then Isaac Daly, who had the single home run solo shot. Here's the wind up of the pitch. That one's in for a strike, and the count moves to 3-1. Three balls, 1 strike. That pitch coming now, and walked is Kovash on the free pass over to first.
Catcher, Troy Berg.
We go to the catcher, Troy Berg. Singled earlier on here in the ball game. Came back in the first inning. Second appearance here at the dish for the All-State catcher. That curveball had some motion on it, fell right into the strike zone, and there for strike number 1. Leininger paints it in, and Troy Berg sits in an 0-1 count. Kovash over at first. Here's the 0-1 pitch coming to Berg, and that one misses in the zone, and it goes to 1-1 for a count. One pitch coming to Troy Berg. That one's down in the zone for a ball. 2 balls and 1 strike. Runner at first base. Dickinson trying to close a 2-run gap here with 2 down in the bottom half of the third inning. Here's the windup of the pitch. Oshak back down to first. Up with it, he fired it over. That'd be a hat trick on the day for Oshak on the throwdowns. Got Troy Berg at second. And then a put out back on Drew Kovash back in the second inning. Berg's going to put that one up on the first base line. He's going to go up into the seats over on the first base line. Count sits at 3 balls, 2 strikes. Three-two pitch coming here to Berg. Wind up in the pitch. Berg swung on it. Catcher lost the ball. Oshak back up with it. Fires it down to first. Strikeout is there. Troy Berg has a K on his name, as Leininger's got his second strikeout. But the inning comes to a close as Dickinson unable to register any runs on any hits. There were no errors charged. And 1 runner left on. We're through 3 innings of baseball here in Jamestown for the state semifinals tonight. 3-1, Shanley on top of the Dickinson Midgets.
Your eyes could talk. They'd tell you life is better with LASIK. No more reaching for your glasses. No more dry eye from overwearing your contact lenses. Right now, Bismarck LASIK is offering free consultations for LASIK procedures. Break free from the daily hassles and expenses of glasses and contacts. Life is clearly better. Book your free consultation today with Bismarck LASIK and see the difference. Call 222-2020 or schedule online at bismarcklasik.com.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
Reaching the halfway point of semifinal number 1 here tonight in Jamestown, North Dakota. 3-1 Shanley on top of Dickinson. We enter the top half of the 4th inning and Shanley goes back to the bats. Leading off with their leadoff batter and catcher, Sam Oshak. Reached on a fielder's choice in the second. He was walked in the first. Facing Daly, a lefty versus lefty showdown, and that ball delivered in for a ball. Oshak with a pair of throwdowns from behind the plate here today. Catcher, the all most important role, the commander from behind the dish. Good ones can certainly make a difference. Shanley's had a few of those throughout the years. Oshak certainly one of them. Sees the 1-1 pitch. That one comes in for a ball. 2 balls and a strike. Yeah, and you could say the same thing about Troy Berg back behind the dish here for Dickinson. An all-state selection a year ago. The only player in the tournament that's an all-state selection that's back from a year ago in the state tournament. That ball in for a strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes now here to Sam Oshak. Eli Nissen was the other one, the Mount High sophomore pitcher, and the pitching sensation, if you will. Chose not to play high school baseball this year. Wondering how much the Magi wish they had him here tonight to take on West Fargo Cheyenne, the defending state champions. 2-2 pitch. Oshak sends it over to Cranston. He dives for it up off the belly, fires it across the diamond, and Cranston makes one heck of a play as he puts Oshak down. That was a hard hit baseball in between the gap between third and short. And Britton Cranston ran after it, dove onto the belly, scooped it up, got to his feet, and fired it across the diamond. And the play was made as Krieg reached out for it. And they sent Oshak back to the dugout with the first out here. Great play from Cranston. Second batter of the lineup is Adam Leininger. RBI double back in the second. He hit the right field fence in the second inning. Looks to do the same thing here. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one down to the zone. 2 balls, no strikes. 1 down here for the Deacons. Shanley holds a 3-1 lead over Dickinson on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. Breaking ball from Isaac Daly, the lefty. Missed in the count all of a sudden. Moves to 3 balls and no strikes. Daly's going to kick and fire. Missed on the outside corner. And a 4-pitch walk for Adam Leininger. Tommy Simon, 1 for 1 with a walk in the ball game. He had an RBI single back in the first. Having a good tournament here. 3 for 5 with a walk at the state tournament for Tommy Simon. Daly will kick and fire. In with a breaking ball, and that one missed high. And the count moves to 1 ball and no strikes. Daly takes the call from Berg, runner on first. And Simon's going to fall that one back. Up off the screen here at Jack Brown Stadium. grandstand behind home plate. Another grandstand that doesn't have a roof over the top down the first baseline with bench seating, chair seating, I should say, bench seating here in the grandstand. And on the third baseline, that's where you find the bathrooms, another bullpen, a hitting area, warm-up facility. Fantastic place. This ball is going to be cranked down the third base line, and Tommy Simon sends it out into left. Around comes Leininger over to third, and Leininger is going to get to third as Tommy Simon has a stand-up double out to left field. Well, he continues to motor here in the state tournament. 2 for 2 today with a single and a double and a walk to his name. And it brings up Jordan Leininger now, the starting pitcher, batting in the cleanup position. Leininger went 2 for 4 yesterday with a double. And today Leininger was struck out back in the second, but he reached second base on the pass ball, and he singled as well. And now there's going to be a conversation out at the hill as Pete Dobetz wants to come out and talk things over with the infield, the starting pitcher here, because Jordan Leininger's got the ability to take the ball deep here at Jack Brown Stadium, especially if he can go to the opposite field 300 feet away. Dobetz comes out and talks to Daly, that conversation continuing. Meanwhile, Leininger waits in the batter's circle. Big thanks again to our friends at Premier Chiropractic in the Magic City. They're focused on improving the health of Monmouth and the surrounding areas through the most cutting-edge advances in natural health care today. You can find them online at premierchiropracticnd.com. You can find Dr. Kirk Mason, Dr. Cody Haugen, and Dr. Becky Perry Dobries at Premier Chiropractic. They are our family's choice for chiropractic care in the Magic City, without a doubt. Big thanks to Premier Chiropractic again, a proud supporter of North Dakota high school athletics. Daly's going to come set on the hill, facing the cleanup hitter Leininger. Throws him a curveball, gets past Berg, and now across the plate to score is Adam Leininger. Leininger comes across to take a 4-1 lead for the Shanley Deacons as that ball got past Berg again. 4-1 Shanley on top. And Isaac Daly will now step back in to face the cleanup batter, Leininger, that is. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one, a curveball that's in for a strike. Tommy Simon over at third. Jordan Leininger at the dish. 1-1 the count. Another curveball for Daly, and that one was fouled back by Leininger. Count moves to 1 ball and 2 strikes. 4-1 on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. It's Shanley Deacons on top of the Dickinson Midgets here today. Daly comes set, turns and fires, and that ball's going to be towered out towards left, all the way back towards the warning track. It's gloved by Bast. Tommy Simon's going to tag up and come home and score. Sacrifice fly for Jordan Leininger comes up as the 4th run of the ball game. Make it 5th run of the ball game as Tommy Simon comes across. And now there's 2 down and a 4-run lead here for Shanley. 5-1 on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. Daly still on the hill trying to work here against Jaden Ort. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 down. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one's going to be fouled straight back. And the count moves to 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 pitch coming here. It's the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. Daly delivers. This one's going to be fouled away up on the first base line out into the parking lot. You look at what Dickinson was able to do in the regular season. In the WDA, they played 18 total games, and they only lost 1 of them against some pretty tough talent over in the West region. This ball's going to be sent in. The 2-2 pitch is fouled up the third base line. They went on a 6-game win streak right before the WDA tournament. And at the tournament, they saw an upset. They ended up getting to the state tournament with a 23-3 record. They win yesterday to move to 24-3. Come in as the number 3 seed out of the West. Talk about that 6-game win streak heading into the WDA tournament. Doing some research today and looking a bit further into the schedules for everybody. It was Minot that was on a 4-game losing streak or a 5-game losing streak before they ended up qualifying as a 6th seed. Swing and a miss, and Jay Dort is struck out here by Daly. And Daly's got 5 strikeouts on the day, and we're through the top half of the 4th inning. Some damage done, however, here by Shanley in the 4th. They end up with 2 runs scored, coming on 1 hit. 0 errors charged to the Dickinson Midgets. And a 5-1 ball game on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. Cheyenne on top of Dickinson here today. Halfway through the ball game. And the Midgets looking for some runs.
I'm a senior at Glenburn High School, and I'm going to Minot State. I'm super excited. Glenburn's very familiar with Minot. We've always been connected with Minot State. Knowing that they are doing a Hometown Pride Scholarship was just kind of nice because then it's very inclusive. They're all so welcoming and so nice. It's refreshing. In the end, it just feels like home.
Dickinson brings up Aiden Hike to lead things off here in the bottom half of the 4th inning, trailing by 4 at 5-1 on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. And Hike watches a fastball go right down Broadway, 1-1 the count. Hike batting in the number 3 spot, 0 for 1 today. Second appearance at the plate. And Leininger puts an off-speed pitch across the plate. In for a strike, and the count moves to 1-2. Leininger up to 57 pitches here in the ball game. Getting some work in here in the state semifinals. That one grounded over to Tommy Simon. Up with it, back across to Adam Leininger, the first baseman. And there's 1 up, 1 down as Aiden Hike grounds out. Brings up Isaac Daly. 1 for 1 today with the highlight reel solo smash out to right. 2 home runs in the tournament. The only player in the state tournament that has hit anything out of the ball field. Can he bomb one again here? They certainly would like him to as he sees the first one in for a ball. Daly, the starting pitcher here today. Getting through 4 innings of work on the hill. Here he is at bat with the 1-0 pitch, and that one's high in the zone for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes. Wind starts to howl right back towards home plate, as you could hear there. Leininger shakes off the call coming from Oshak. Now he delivers, and look out, that one got away from Oshak. Almost hit the fence up on the backstop. Not the wall, the fence. That one, high riser, look out. 3 balls, no strikes. Daly with his at-bat routine. Sees the 3-0 pitch coming. That one down to the zone. And ball number 4. And Isaac Daly's going to walk on over to first. Brings up Drew Kovach. Kovac singled back in the second, and then he was thrown out over at third as he tried to steal, and Oshak with his second throw down of the ball game. He tried to steal second, rather. It's Troy Berg that was thrown down at third base. I've got those backwards. It was Kovac that tried to steal third. It was Berg that tried to steal second. But it was Oshak that had the put out and throw down to both of those gentlemen to end the innings. Here's Kovac. Takes the first pitch in for a strike because he got caught looking at that one. No balls and a strike with one down here. Bottom half of the fourth inning. Play 7 at the state baseball tournaments. Unless more innings are needed, of course. Here's the windup of the pitch from Leininger. Oshak back down to first base, tagged out at time. As trotting back in safely was Daly. It's actually Kyler Kudra over there at first base running for Daly. Pinch runner. 1 ball, 1 strike. This one's going to be plastered right back towards second base. Picked up, touched the bag, and then thrown across the diamond. Then the throw was not in time. Forced out over at second. And Kovac reaches out a fielder's choice over at first. Brings up Jaden Bast, left fielder who's 0 for 1 here today. Dickinson trails by 4 runs at 5-1 here to the Shanley Deacons. Here's the windup of the first pitch to Bast. That one goes off of Oshak. He gloves it and fires it back up to the hill. 1 ball, no strikes. Shanley got to the state tournament. They had to do it the hard way. They lost to Fargo North 2-1 in the EDC quarterfinals. Then they beat Grand Forks Central 7-5. This ball is going to be chopped over to Tommy Simon. Picks it up. Fielder's choice over to Landon Meyer at second. And Jaden Bast retired. And that's how the inning comes to a close. No runs scored here for Dickinson. In the fourth inning, they trail 5-1 to Shanley on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. Tell you more about the Deacons and how they got to the state tournament when we come back to Jack Brown Stadium here in Jamestown.
Ware attacks. There's a takeaway by Eagle Staff. Eagle Staff on the open floor rises up. Oh, the one-handed rip by Trayson Eagle Staff.
Doppler gave a little bit of a look on that one, and then he went in and just whammed it with the right hand.
Oh, Eagle Staff with the rip.
Well, Carson Weiler comes into the ballgame on the hill here for Dickinson. After Isaac Daly goes 4 complete innings. 6 hits, 5 runs, no errors for Daly. Five strikeouts to Daly's name on the day. Not a bad outing for Isaac Daly. But now Weiler comes out of the hill. From center field. I didn't catch a number where the adjustment to the defensive lineup was made out at center. We'll see if we can get that for you. But Carson Weiler's on the mound now, throwing here for the Midgets and warming up as we enter inning number 5. Back to Shanley and what they did in the EDC tournament, losing to Fargo North 2-1. Then they had the 2 must-win games to stay alive and keep their season going, and it was Grand Forks Central that they beat 7-5, and then they played the Highliners from Valley City and beat them 11-6 to stay alive and come to the state tournament. First one from Weiler is a strike. Weiler, the right-hander. He faces Landon Meyer. Batting on the right side as well, that one. Outside the zone for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's 5-1 Shanley on top of the Dickinson Midgets here in the state semifinals. Shanley scored 2 in the first inning, 1 in the second. Didn't score any in the third, and then they got 2 more in the fourth. This one swung on, and it's going to go back behind the grandstand. Somebody's window is probably maybe feeling that foul ball. Got to be careful at the ballpark, don't you? 2 balls, 2 strikes. Weiler delivers. Outside, and the count moves to full. Bonnet High Magicians, West Fargo Cheyenne Mustangs come up next at state semifinal number 2. That one right down Broadway. Weiler's curveball struck him out. Landon Meyer got caught looking. And Weiler's got K number 1. Brings up Josh Beaver. 0 for 2 today for Beaver. He was the 3rd out back in the first inning. 2nd out back in the 3rd. Beaver batting in the number 7 spot. Big 3rd baseman. Where's number 21, right-handed batter? Beaver went 2 for 3 yesterday with 3 RBIs. Took that one to the opposite field, but foul up the first baseline. 3 RBI performance yesterday, batting in the bottom half of the order. Something that Shanley will certainly take. That one comes back behind Beaver, and it hit him on the numbers on the backside. And Beaver's got a free pass as he walks on over to first. Well, Luke Rustad, the head coach of Shanley Deacons and Fargo Post 2 for Summer Legion Baseball. One of the more successful programs in the state of North Dakota. Spent the majority of the day up here right at home plate or right behind home plate, picking his brain about a few things. Definitely a nice guy, knows his baseball better than the average fan, I would have to say. This ball's going to be sent out towards center, tracking it back and making the play out at center is the center fielder. That was Weiler. I didn't hear what the change was. Let's see if we can get that number for you and let you know who that is.
Right fielder,
it's Aiden Rodendowski who's out there. Rodendowski playing center field now as Weiler on the hill. This ball's going to be chopped over towards third. Glove by Cranston, fired across the diamond. And Emineth retired for the 3rd out of the inning. I think that Eli Harris retired. I apologize. 4.5 complete here at Jack Brown Stadium. No runs registered in the 5th inning for Shanley. Score remains 5-1. Deacons on top of the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. The Midgets are going to come to the dish next. They haven't scored since inning number 2. They need some mojo here if they want to keep their state title dreams alive here in 2022. Midgets come to the plate when we return.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
Jordan Leininger warming up here for Shanley as he gets ready to face the 5th inning batters in the lineup that will see Craig, Weiler, and Cranston coming up here for Dickinson. Dickinson needs 4 to stay alive here. At least we play 2 more innings. We're only in the bottom half of the 5th. But you want to close the gap as much as you can, because outs start to run out pretty quick when runs are on a premium the way they have been here today against Leininger. Krieg's going to take that one and pound it right over towards second. Meyer up with it, fires across, so there's 1 up, 1 down as Krieg grounds out on the 4-3 putout coming from Landon Meyer to Adam Leininger.
Pitcher, Carson Weiler.
Carson Weiler's going to come up next. Grounded out back in the 3rd. He's only batted 1 time here today. Right-hander sees the pitch come in from Leininger. He just missed. Back to that conversation with Luke Rustad yesterday, just picking his brain a little bit. Some of the things in baseball, the consensus was this one's going to be towered up over towards short, tracking it back. Tommy Simon with the Oakleys on, calls everybody off and says, I got this one, can't accord. And Simon puts the glove on. Carson Weiler. Yeah, the fly out is there. 2 outs here for the Midgets as Britton Cranston comes to the dish. 0 for 2 with a walk here in the state tournament for Cranston, and he sees strike number 1. Consensus was that small ball at the state tournament to playing air-free baseball was going to be a key if you want to go deep in the tournament. See that here today. No errors committed yet to this ball game here in inning number 5. And it was a difference maker in every quarterfinal matchup that we saw yesterday here at the Big Dance. Cranston facing the 0-2 pitch. Knocks that one over towards Simon at short. Backhands it, fires it across the diamond. Was it in time? It was. Tommy Simon makes a play again from short as he backhanded the baseball. Fired it all the way across the diamond, turning across his body and firing it over and getting Cranston at first. 1-2-3 inning. No runs scored on no hits. Nobody left on base because nobody got there. No errors on Shanley. And we still sit on a 5-1 score in favor of the Deacons on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard.
I'm Merlin Guyver. I'm a senior at Glenburn High School, and I'm going to Minot State. I'm super excited. Glenburn's very familiar with Minot. We've always been connected with Minot State. Knowing that they are doing a Hometown Pride Scholarship was just kind of nice because then it's very inclusive. They're all so welcoming and so nice. It's refreshing. In the end, it just feels like home.
Sun is out and shining bright today here on the 3rd day of June, 2022. Slight breeze here at Jack Brown Stadium. The American flag out at center, waving back towards the home plate to the grandstand here at Jack Brown Stadium.
Catcher, number 22, Sam O'Shaughnessy.
Great job all around on the tournament production here. Yeah, the tournament committee, the tournament staff. Mr. Rolson, the athletic director of Jamestown, putting on the softball and state baseball tournaments for Class A. In for a strike on Sam O'Shaughnessy here on his 4th plate appearance, coming in inning number 6. 5-1 lead for the Shanley Deacons over the Dickinson Midgets. Here's the windup of the pitch again. That ball's going to be tattooed out towards right. Has a chance. It's all the way to the warning track. Rodenkowski comes up and makes the grab out and right center field, as that one had the chance from Sam O'Shaughnessy. It got off the bat and quick. But he flies out for the first one. Brings up the first baseman, Adam Leininger. An RBI double back in the second highlights his stat line here today in the state semis. Leininger, the left-hander, sees the first one in from Carson Weiler as a strike. Isaac Daly got the start today for Dickinson. He went through 4 innings. And then Carson Weiler came out of center field. to get some work here in the state semis. This ball is going to be towered out towards right as well. That one from Leininger. Tracked, and it's going to fall down in front of Drew Kovash. Kovash read that baseball completely wrong. He started running back towards the wall, and then when he did, he stopped it, turned directions. Then a 180 and had to come flying back, and by the time he got there, the ball had already landed. And Leininger's on here with a single. Brings up Tommy Simon. He's had the best stat line at bat here for the Shanley Deacons in the tournament. RBI single earlier on. In this one of the first inning. Hit a double. He walked also. That's just today. Yesterday went 2 for 4 with a pair of singles as well. Simon has an 0-1 count against him as Weiler had a strike fired back over to first base. And chasing Adam Leininger back in was Weiler. No balls and a strike here. To Tommy Simon, batting in the number 3 spot for the Deacons. Shanley leading 5-1. Throw down back over to first from Troy Berg, the catcher, after a ball was delivered. Not in time. Comes back up to Weiler, and Weiler will get set here. Weiler agrees on the pitch and then sends in a curveball, and he hits Tommy Simon right on the shoulder, and the free pass is there for Simon. Curveball had just a little bit too much curve on it as it gets the back shoulder of Tommy Simon, and all of a sudden Shanley's got runners at first and second. Here with one down in the top half of the 6th. Brings up Jordan Leininger. First pitch to the right-hander, and cleanup hitters outside for ball 1. Singled in the first, struck out of the second, but still got to first on the pass ball past Troy Berg. Had an RBI sac fly back in the 4th. Curveball's in from Weiler for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here with one down. Weiler takes the call from Berg, takes a look back at Leininger, then delivers. This ball chopped right to third base. That one off of Cranston. Cranston makes the play by touching the bag. He knocked it down with his chest. And there's 2 away here. Didn't get a chance to fire it across the diamond. He held on to it wisely. Yeah, Jay Nort comes to the dish now. Struck out twice here in the ball game. He's walked once. That was a hard grounder, by the way, from Jordan Leininger right over to Britton Cranston. And Cranston had to go down almost onto one knee. And when he did, that ball just bounced right before him and came up and got him square in the chest, but he had it squared up. He blocked the ball and got the out. That hot corner third base, not an easy job, is it? They come flying at you. Curveballs across the middle of the plate to Jade Nort, and Weiler's got a strike, and he's ahead in the count. No balls and 1 strike. Runners on first and second here still for the Shanley Deacons. Weiler kicks and delivers. Fastball goes to the opposite field, but foul. Bounces right in front of the Dickinson bullpen. No action in either bullpen right now at this point to the ball game of the top half of the 6th. One hit registered here in the top half of the 6th inning. It was the single from Adam Leininger. Kind of the blooper that fell out into right. Opposite field again this time for Jade Nort, and it goes foul. Had a nice talk with Rod Kleinjid today. Legendary voice of Dickinson Athletics. North Dakota Broadcast Hall of Famer. Always just the most pleasant and happiest guy that you'll ever bump into. Here's the windup of the pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Weiler delivers that one in. Jade Nort sits back in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rod's actually here today calling the game. On local radio back in Dickinson. It's been around for many, many years. That one fouled back, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Some of those legendary voices like that, like Kleingen, Scotty Cattell, Bigley over at Devil's Lake. There's a few of them around. Nothing like it. Ron's got quite a mustache. True Hall of Famer. Swing and a miss, and Carson Weiler gets Jade Nord to chase after it, and Weiler puts a close to the inning. Second strikeout for him, and it ends the top half of the 6th. No damage done, but there was 1 hit registered, 2 stranded on base, no errors on the Dickinson Midgets. The West Region looking to see if they can have an all-West final of the state title game tomorrow. But they have a hill to climb right now as the Midgets trail by 4, 5-1 to the Shanley Deacons. Might have played Cheyenne later on tonight. We'll have that game about 35 minutes after this one comes to a close. The Midgets look to get the bats going in the bottom half of the 6th. Let's see if they can make it happen when we come back to Jack Brown Stadium.
Life is all about moments. Big moments. Small moments. And those moments you can't put into words. It's how we at First International Bank and Trust live first and have been for more than 110 years. One customer, one family, one moment at a time. First International Bank and Trust. Live first.
We move to the bottom half of the 6th, and the Dickinson offense is at the dish. Starting with Jace Kovash, leadoff batter here for the Midgets, and he sees ball number 1 delivered in here from Jordan Leidinger, who got the start today. And he's up to 75 pitches of the allotted 120 that he's allowed to throw. That's it for a strike on the board, and the count reads 1-1. Flag is barely moving out in center field. Just a slight breeze here today. 73 degrees when we started this ball game back at 4:26 p.m. 1-2 pitch coming. That one reached for. It's chopped at. And over to first. The first baseman, Adam Leininger, just picks it up, runs over to the bag, and puts one on the board as Jace Kovash retired. Brings up Troy Berg. All-state selection from a year ago. Playing catcher here today. 1 for 2 in the ball game with a single and a strikeout. Got caught stealing a base earlier on today as well. And Berg's going to plaster that one out towards left. Has a chance. Warning track at the wall. Hits the top of the wall, and Troy Berg's around to second. That thing was on its way out of here with its bags packed. It just didn't quite have enough oomph. It hit the middle of the wall, and Troy Berg's around for a stand-up double. And Dickinson's got a runner in scoring position as Aiden Hike comes up to the dish. Right-handed batting Aiden Hike, 0 for 2 here today. Batting in the number 3 spot. Facing Leidinger. That one down to the dirt. And when Leidinger threw that baseball, he came off the hill and kind of came awkwardly on his delivery. Goes to the front of the hill and moves some dirt around with his feet. Takes an extra second. Takes a side from Tommy Simon playing shortstop. That's because Berg's over at second, and Berg is known to steal some bases. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one misses high for a ball. Berg had 3 stolen bases yesterday. He's tried to steal once today, but Oshak shut him down earlier on in that attempt. Berg with a healthy lead over at second. Hike sees that one come right down Broadway for a strike, and the count moves to 2-1. Saw some good baseball yesterday. We've seen some entertaining ball here today. Dickinson fans want to see a few more runs on the board to see if they can make this one a little bit of a barn burner. That one's going to be chopped at over towards short. Gets past the shortstop, Tommy Simon, and all the way around to score from second is Berg. And Berg comes around to put the second run on the board for the Midgets, and Aiden Hike's going to advance over to first. And there's going to be an air charged on the play officially, and Tommy Simon has an E6 marked on his stat line here today. And now it's a 5-2 ball game. The difference between 4 and 3 just seems like so much, doesn't it? 5-1 compared to 5-2. Now talk about Isaac Daly coming back up, who had a solo shot back in the second. Then he was walked back in the fourth. Here he is in the sixth, and he swings away at that one and misses for a strike. You put 2 more runs on the board here and turn this into a 5-4 ball game, or even a 5-3 ball game. And that's just a different mentality as you head to the next inning. Leininger comes set, delivers. That curveball is in for a strike, and Daly sits on an 0-2 count. He had a 2-run blast yesterday in the hurricane force winds. Still wins today, and he hammered one out over the right field monster fence. Can he make it happen again? The lefty turns on one. It's going to chop back over to second. Scooping and delivering is Landon Meyer, and covering was Leininger. Leininger steps on the bag, and Daly retired. Brings up Drew Kovash, the right fielder.
Right fielder Drew Kovash.
Aiden Hike over at second. Kovash comes to the dish. 1 for 1 and a fielder's choice today. His 2 plate appearances. 1 ball, no strikes. That one was outside the zone. 5-2 Shanley leading Dickinson on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. Looking to continue their 2-out rally are the Midgets from Dickinson. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one outside. Registering for a ball. 2 balls, no strikes. Winner moves on to play either West Fargo Cheyenne or the Mountain High Magicians tomorrow in the state championship game. Leininger takes a look back. Over to Aiden Hike, who has a lead at second. That ball's driven hard over on the third base side. It was on its way to left, but no, Josh Beaver got up and gloved it as Kovash had a line drive shot that ended up in the glove of Beaver, who had to jump after it. Dickinson closes the gap by 1 as they score 1 run. That came on 1 hit. There was an error charged to Shanley in that inning. 1's left on base. 5-2 on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard at the end of 6 innings to play. And now it's crunch time as we enter the 7th and final inning. The Deacons come back to the plate with a 3-run lead when we come back.
Thanks for buying some room.
Shanley looking for some run insurance here. They lead by 3 right now as we enter the top half of the 7th inning. 5-2 the score. Landon Meyer at the dish. facing Carson Weiler. Weiler came in back after the 4th inning to replace Isaac Daly, who had the start today for the Midgets. Second pitch down to the zone for a ball. 2 balls, no strikes. Two balls, no strikes, nobody out. Here's the windup kick and delivery. That one in for a strike. And the count moves to 2-1. Landon Meyer with an RBI single earlier on today. That one heads back over on the backstop here at Jack Brown Stadium. That wind gust came up. I about lost my score sheets and papers. That would have been a nightmare. 73 degrees when we started today, and a pretty perfect day for baseball. That slight breeze started at 4:26. We'll be at least 2 hours into this one before it's all said and done. Currently 6:13 p.m. Currently a little windier than it's been. That ball driven down the third base side, but foul. Goes all the way out into the outfield. They're going to have to grab that baseball before we continue on here because it's just left of the third base line. Yeah, they're going to wait for it. Jaden Bass, the left fielder out there, not wanting to trip on that baseball if he's over tracking one. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The count is full here for Landon Meyer. First batter of the top half of the 7th inning. Here's the kick and delivery. That ball's going to be smashed out towards center field, and coming out to play it is the right fielder, Drew Kovash, and there's one away. Brings up Josh Beaver.
Third baseman Josh Beaver.
0 for 2 today. He walked back in the 5th inning, his most recent plate appearance. Batted in the 1st, the 3rd, the 5th. Bats in the 7th again. Here's the windup and pitch from Weiler, and Weiler sends one in. That goes opposite field. Drops right on the foul line, or right to the foul line over the first base side. And foul ball is the call, and Beaver behind the count. 0 balls and 1 strike. Hope you stick around for the Bonnet High West Fargo Cheyenne game coming up here today. Going to take place 35 minutes after this one. The winners of these 2 games will play. The losers will play for 3rd tomorrow. We'll have coverage of the championship game tomorrow night here from Jack Brown Stadium. High fastball from Weiler inside, and the count moves to 1-1. Beaver steps back in. Here's the windup of the pitch. Down to the zone. Count moves to 2-1. 2 runs on 3 hits in the 1st inning here for Shanley. 1 run on 2 hits in the 2nd. They got goose-egged in the 3rd. Scored 2 more runs in the 4th. No runs in the 5th, and no runs in the 6th. That's how they get to 5. Dickinson with a run in the 2nd and a run in the 6th. This one comes right back at Weiler. It's going to be gloved by Aiden Hike, the the second baseman. Fires it back over to Caden Krieg, and Krieg gloves it, and there's 2 up, 2 down. Brings up Isaac Emineth. 1 for 3 with a single here in the ball game. Batting from the right side. And that comebacker came right to the right of Weiler. Tried to go down to grab it. Got past him, and then the second baseman ended up taking a handle on it. This one towered out towards left field, the left field wall. Jaden Bass was back, and Bass puts the glove on it. 3 up, 3 down here for Shanley. 0 runs on 0 hits, 0 errors. Nobody left on because nobody got there. The Dickinson Midgets have one more opportunity in the bottom half of the 7th to see if they can keep their state title dreams alive. They trail 5-2 on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard of the Shanley Deacons, and they have one last opportunity for a rally and a comeback. Happens when we return to the PSP Network.
I'm Lauren McIver. I'm a senior at Glenburn High School, and I'm going to Minot State. I'm super excited. Glenburn's very familiar with Minot. We've always been connected with Minot State. knowing that they are doing a hometown pride scholarship was just kind of nice because then it's very inclusive. They're all so welcoming and so nice. It's refreshing. In the end, it just feels like home.
Well, sports are all about the intense moments, and we've got one right now as the Dickinson Midgets have one more opportunity to find 3 runs to force an extra inning. 4 wins it. If they don't get at least 3, it's Shanley that's going to play for a state championship for the 4th time in their program's existence in the State A tournament. First one's in for a strike against Jaden Bast. This is batter number 6. We'll see batter 7 and 8 guaranteed coming up. Bast takes strike 2 right down Broadway. Dickinson's been in the state title game 6 times. They've won it 5 of those, the last coming back in 2016. This would be a rally here if they can make it happen. Bast sends it out to left. Tracking it there is Jaden Ort. Ort comes up with the grab, and there's 1 up, 1 down. As we go down to Caden Krieg. Krieg, the first baseman and designated hitter. He's a left-handed batter. Keep in mind, only 300 to get it over the wall over right field, but you got to go up that fence. Ken Krieg send one out of here. Hasn't yet to the tournament. Hasn't been a force at the dish by any means. That one's in for a strike, 1 ball, 1 strike. Only batted once yesterday, and today's 0 for 2. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Curveball, outside corner, he painted it. Jordan Leininger looking to go the distance today. He's at 94 pitches. He's going to be able to do that here as he started this contest, and he looks to end it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here to Caden Krieg. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one down to the zone, and the count now moves to full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Leininger shakes off the call from Oshock. Now they agree, and it's delivered in. Krieg fires it right towards first base, gets past the first baseman, a run over to first base. The pitcher came over, Leininger dove on the base, got underneath Krieg, and the out is completed as Caden Krieg retired. How about that play? Ball was rocketed at the first baseman. Adam Leininger had trouble gloving it. Finally got it in his hand, fires it over to Jordan Leininger, the pitcher that came over to cover the first base on the play. And Leininger dives over and makes the play as the Leiningers connect for the second out. Brings up Carson Weiler. Started at center field today and ended the game pitching. 2-out rally needed here by the Dickinson Midgets. They want to advance to the state championship. Leininger trying to end that right now. He's going to kick and fire. Outside the zone, and the count moves to 2 balls and no strikes. Shanley played for the state championship last year. And West Fargo Cheyenne had their number from start to finish in that one. Potential that we'll have a rematch of that same game from 1 year ago at Mandan. Here at Jack Brown Stadium in Jamestown. Here's the windup of the 2-1 pitch. High in the zone, and ball number 3 goes on the board to Carson Weiler. 3-1 pitch. And Weiler's walked. Britton Cranston was batting in this 9th spot, but there will be a pinch hitter coming in. It's number 19, Colin Cheddar, that's going to bat.
Now batting for the Midgets, number 19, Colin Cheddar.
Colin Cheddar, no plate appearances yet here at the tournament. He gets the instruction from Pete Dobitz. He's coaching third base, the head coach. Comes over and has a quick conversation with Cheddar. Here's the windup of the pitch. Down in the zone for a ball. Cheddar could get on. Jace Kovash is the top of the order coming up. Now there's going to be a conversation out at the Shanley Hill as the whole team comes in together. Coach is out. Everybody will gather at the mound. A 1-0 count with a runner on here for Dickinson, trailing by 3. It's 5-2 on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. Stick around tonight for our Schatz Crossroads postgame show. Schatz Crossroads, home to the famous number 99. Open 24/7, 365. You can order online and pick it up at Schatz Crossroads as well. They bring you the postgame show here tonight. We'll also have our player of the game brought to you by Sport Clips, the MVP of the contest. Sport Clips offers the MVP experience. Nothing like it anywhere else besides Sport Clips. Player of the game coming up in the Schatz Crossroad postgame show. Here's the windup of the pitch, and that one's right down Broadway for a strike. And the count moves to 1-1. 104th pitch of the ball game for Leidinger, who got the start today for Shanley. Facing Cheddar. Cheddar swings and misses. And strike number 2 registered on the board. Shanley fans are at volume as they're one strike away from heading to the state championship game tomorrow. Here's the windup of the 1-2 pitch. Outside. Down in the dirt it went. Oshak had to chase after it up the first base line. He did. Gathered it. Holds the runner over at first. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. That one high in the zone, and the count moves to 3-2. The count is full for Cheddar. Jordan Leidinger taking the call here from Oshak. Healthy lead over at first base. Gathered here by Weiler. Here's the 3-2 pitch in the late portion of the ballgame. That one's going to be fouled back away, back above home plate. And this at-bat continues. Ten more seconds here. We'll officially be at 2 hours on the mark of game time here for semifinal number 1. 3-2 pitch. High in the zone, and Cheddar's walked. Well, this could get interesting. Jace Kovash comes up. 0 for 2 today with a walk. Leidinger has 11 pitches remaining here in this contest. It's 5-2. Shanley's on top here of the Dickinson Midgets. Dickinson played small ball yesterday to perfection. What will we see in a situation here? With 2 out and 2 runners on. Tying run represented at the plate. High inside pitch and a fastball from Leidinger. Registers as ball number 1. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 down. Lighted high in West Fargo Cheyenne, waiting the wings for semifinal number 2 tonight. Leidinger takes the call from Oshak. He agrees on it. He's going to come set. Turns and fires that one right down Broadway for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 down. That flag out at center field, blowing oh so softly back towards home plate. That's where you find Oshak delivering the call to Leidinger. 1-1 pitch coming here to the leadoff batter, Kovash. Swing and a miss, and Kovash went around after it. And Kovash is in some pain here. As soon as he swung, something happened when he swung the baseball bat, grabbing the midsection of the body, and he's going to come over and have a conversation here with head coach Pete Dobitz. Kovash is in all sorts of pain here as he took a healthy swing at that baseball, limping and gingerly coming off. Back over to the dugout, so Jeremiah Gillick's going to come in at bat here as Kovash is going to go see the athletic trainer immediately here.
For the Midgets, number 24, Jeremiah Gillick.
So Jeremiah Gillick comes in. 1 ball and 2 strike count that he has to sit on here. Hasn't batted yet in the ballgame. Talk about a pressure situation for Gillick. Hopefully Kovash is all right. The trainer down in the Dickinson dugout still working on the leadoff batter, Jace Kovash. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 down. 2 runners on. And Gillick's going to turn and fire. He swung and missed. Shanley moves on to the state title game tomorrow. He'll face Minot or West Fargo Cheyenne. And the strikeout ends the ball game, and what a way to end it for Jordan Leininger. Man, that was an afternoon for him. He got all the way up towards the 120 pitch limit, and he gets the job done. .53 is the final score of the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. We'll have a quick Shots Crossroads post-game show, then we're going to reset the stage and get set up and ready for the Shields pregame show for Minot High taking on West Fargo Cheyenne. 5-2 was the final, excuse me. Shanley takes care of Dickinson.
Oh, easy, easy. I think I'm good. You got my good side, right? Not too many lights. I don't want to get fried before my time. Oh, it's egg-tastic. You never know what dish you're going to end up in. My dream dish is a 99. It's so popular. Me and a fellow egg tag teaming with some crispy golden hash browns. Have you seen those hash browns? Those guys are shredded. Throw in some diced ham, onions, and melted cheese. Oh, it's a party for your taste buds. Oh, here comes Chevy. Hold on, Chevy. Did you guys get everything that you needed? 99. Here I come. Shots Crossroads. It's an excellent place to eat.
5-2 final. Shanley moves back into the state championship game for their 4th title game appearance. All time, they were in there last year. They lost to West Fargo Cheyenne 11-1. They won the title back in 2013, and tomorrow they'll have the chance to do it again. They'll play their Minot or West Fargo Cheyenne. Those teams warm up now in the outfield here at Jack Brown Stadium. Nick Holberg here for the Shots Crossroad postgame show. Shots Crossroad, located in the Magic City on the 2 and 52 bypass east. Open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shots Crossroad. Here's the game reset. 5 runs on 7 hits with 1 error. 9 were left stranded for Shanley. 2 runs on 5 hits, 0 errors, and 5 were left stranded for Dickinson. Game time was 2 hours and 2 minutes. Losing pitcher of this one is Isaac Daly. The winning pitcher of this one is Jordan Leininger. And Jordan Leininger had himself an afternoon, didn't he? Leininger was good at this contest. 3 strikeouts, making 4 strikeouts on the day. It was 3 strikeouts on the day. Gave up that solo home run to Isaac Daly, but he went the distance here and only gave up 5 hits in the contest. Good outing for him. Time to name our MVP of the contest. MVP of the contest brought to you by Sport Clips. Sport Clips brings you today's MVP. Leininger's got to be in that conversation, doesn't he? I would think so. But how about Tommy Simon at bat? Pair of RBIs today, a single, a double. He came around to score twice, and he had 2 walks to his name as well. Simon will be our Sport Clips MVP of the contest for the Shanley Deacons here today. Well, we'll get ready for the second semifinal coming up in just a few moments. It'll be Mountain High taking on West Fargo Cheyenne. Shill's pregame show is going to start in roughly 20 minutes from right now. Thanks for joining us for this one. Dickinson falls to Shanley, and Shanley goes on to the state championship matchup tomorrow. We'll have the pregame for the next one coming up in just a few moments here on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
We raise the bar on bar food with sandwiches, tenders, and burgers. There's more where this came from. To the greatest of all times, Buffalo Wild Wings.
BMC has been here for over 25 years.
We're still a community bank that's there for you.
When you come in with your business plan, your vision, your idea, we can make it a reality.
I love seeing projects come alive for our clients.
We're real people helping real people.
We know you, and we're always happy to see you.
We build relationships.
You're part of the BNC family.
We are part of the community.
It's what we're built on.
Yours truly, BNC. You remember where this goes?
I don't know.
Are you sure it was a clicking and not a zoom, zoom?
I think your quash litter valve's stuck.
Do you even have insurance? If we soak it, it should be good.
No matter how much you know or don't know about your vehicle, trust the experts at Tires Plus. Real answers from real mechanics.
Inspections are free to ensure your vehicle is always in peak condition.
Thinking service? Think Tires Plus.
With 26 flavors, got a sauce for every squad. Don't drip on the drip. It's the greatest of all times. Buffalo Wild Wings.
You have built an amazing life by working hard and doing your job well. Delivering financial advice is what we do well. At Ameriprise Financial, our job is to use our skills, experience, and research to help you become more successful in today's economy. What we want you to walk away from each encounter with is satisfaction in knowing that together, we've done what we can to help you work toward a better future.
Thanks for buying some fruit.
The magic of what we do really comes down to combining different aspects of patient care. Here at Premier Chiropractic, we love combining soft tissue work, the adjustment, and exercises together. We found that this gets the best results for our patients. We have 3 chiropractors to fit the needs of the entire family, a rehab area for our exercises and equipment for any athlete to improve performance. Give us a call and we will get you back to doing what you love.
For your surprisingly great rates, contact your local State Farm agent today.
If you want the real deal, talk to State Farm agent Michael Lebron in Minot today.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Carson, timeout.
Who calls a timeout in this game?
Me, I'm icing the kicker.
Really?
It'll give us more time to talk about First Western Bank and Trust,
Like our convenient online banking.
along with smart trust service options.
We're all about hometown service with bankers that know you and the community.
Okay, go ahead and kick.
I don't believe this.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
We raise the bar on bar food with sandwiches, tenders, and there's more where this came from. To the greatest of all times, Buffalo Wild Wings.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA and SIPC. Investment advice offered through GWM Advisors, LLC, doing business as Goss Advisors, a registered investment advisor. GWM Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
We raise the bar on bar food with sandwiches, tenders, and there's more where this came from. To the greatest of all times, Buffalo Wild Wings.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms. PSP Network, it's game day.
Life is all about moments. Big moments. Small moments. And those moments you can't put into words. It's how we at First International Bank and Trust live first and have been for more than 110 years. One customer, one family, one moment at a time. First International Bank and Trust. Live first.
You remember where this goes?
I don't know.
Are you sure it was a clicking and not a zzz, zzz?
I think your quash litter valve's stuck.
Do you even have insurance? If we soak it, it should be good.
No matter how much you know or don't know about your vehicle, trust the experts at Tires Plus. Real answers from real mechanics.
Inspections are free to ensure your vehicle is always in peak condition.
Thinking service? Think Tires Plus.
At Schatz Crossroads, we make 8 gallons of homemade ranch dressing every day. So you can smother your dinner salad with it, dip those crispy golden French fries in it, and dunk your breaded chicken strips. You can even cover your... Wait, no. You can't put ranch on steak. Or can you? Schatz Crossroads. Don't forget the ranch.
I'm Laura McIver. I'm a senior at Glenburn High School, and I'm going to Minot State. I'm super excited. Glenburn's very familiar with Minot. We've always been connected with Minot State. Knowing that they are doing a Hometown Pride Scholarship was just kind of nice because then it's very inclusive. They're all so welcoming and so nice. It's refreshing. In the end, it just feels like home.
Two months ago, the North Dakota high school baseball season started. It was shut down in a quick hurry due to Mother Nature. Fast forward the story to June 3rd, and Mother Nature couldn't be playing any nicer for the state semifinals, where tonight Minot High and West Fargo Cheyenne come together. The winner moves on to the state title game. The loser will play for third. It's a big one here tonight, where the Magi and Mustangs are going to duke it out for 7 innings in North Dakota high school baseball. Welcome in to our Shields pregame show. Shields of Minot and Bismarck bringing you the pregame show each and every night to the PSP Network. Shields, gear, passion, sports, everything from fishing to fashion, you name it, across the board, Shields has it. They bring you the pregame show here tonight. We're the number 1 seed from the East region. The 14-7 West Fargo Cheyenne Mustangs take on the 13-12 number 2 seed out of the West region, Minot High Magicians. This is the final game of day number 2 here at the state high school baseball tournament. It's been a good tournament so far. We just saw Shanley take care of Dickinson to advance to the state championship tomorrow. Shanley goes back to that state title game for their 5th time in program existence. They've got a title to their name back in 2013, and now they have an opportunity to get some revenge on a state title that they fell so short of last year. They lost 11-1 to Cheyenne down at Mandan for the state championship. The Deacons are in the big dance. They're going to either face Minot or West Fargo Cheyenne. Let's take a look at the bracket. It's delivered by the UPS store, located on South Broadway in Minot. They're open Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 7, and Saturdays, 8:30 to 3. The UPS store located in the Marketplace Foods Plaza. For all your packing and shipping needs, the UPS store, again, delivers a look at the tournament bracket. We started yesterday morning at 11:30. Century took on Shanley. And Century fell to Shanley 4-1. That was the number 1 out of the West, taking on the number 4 seed out of the East. Shanley advances into semifinal number 1, where they took on Dickinson, because Dickinson beat up on Wahpeton 6-3 in the morning session yesterday. In the night session yesterday, Minot played Fargo North. That was the number 2 out of the West versus 3 out of the East matchup. And 10-5 was the final score, and that one of the Magi prevailed. West Fargo Cheyenne took on Jamestown here at Jack Brown Stadium in Jamestown. And let me tell you, it was a lively crowd last night and a fun atmosphere for the first few innings of that ball game. But then it ran away on Jamestown. The Blue Jays lost 10-3 to Ryan Bodell's West Fargo Cheyenne Mustangs. And that sets up our semifinals here today, where Shanley played Dickinson. They won 5-2. Minot High plays West Fargo Cheyenne. Winner will move on to play Shanley again tomorrow at 4:30. In consolation round play today, Bismarck Century defeated Wahpeton 3-1. Fargo North fell to Jamestown 4-3. So for 5th tomorrow, Century plays Jamestown. 7th place not played at the state tournament, so Wahpeton season's done, and so is Fargo North. 3rd place game will take place tomorrow, 35 minutes after the 11:30 matchup between Century and Jamestown, and that's Dickinson playing the loser of this one. Ryan Bodell comes out to talk to Pete Stenberg and the officiating staff here at Jack Brown Stadium in Jamestown. Ryan Bodell, a former Minot High magician at Vista, Minot State Beaver himself, played under Pete Stenberg. They have a conversation at the dish right now as they exchange lineups, and we get set and ready to rumble for this showdown here tonight. Cheyenne, the defending state champions. Minot hasn't won a state title since 2005. They've only won one of them. They've been here 18 times. Cheyenne's been here only 5 times in the 6 years that they've been in existence. And one of those years was a COVID year, so there wasn't even a tournament. Cheyenne's for real when it comes to high school baseball. They look to defend their crown. Can they get by Minot tonight, or will the Magi have an answer for the number 1 seed out of the East region? It's going to be a good one when we come back. We're going to dive further into this matchup with our starting lineups and some stat lines from last night on our Shields pregame show. You hear those Cheyenne fans, they're in full force tonight, aren't they? This is going to be a fun one on the PSP Network. We'll come back and look at the starting lineups and have our opening pitch coming up from Jack Brown Stadium.
Carson, timeout.
Who calls a timeout in this game?
Me, I'm icing the kicker.
Really?
It'll give us more time to talk about First Western Bank and Trust,
Like our convenient online banking.
along with smart trust service options.
We're all about hometown service with bankers that know you and the community.
Okay, go ahead and kick.
I don't believe this.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
Well, the official introductions take place tonight here at Jamestown at Jack Brown Stadium. Winner moves on to the state title game tomorrow at 4:30. Loser plays for 3rd. It's the Shields pregame show. I'm Nick Holbrook. Glad to have you aboard tonight to the PSP Network for the digital radio broadcast presentation. If you're watching on the NFHS Network, we welcome you there, as well as we're teamed up with the NFHS Network this weekend for state tournament coverage. Time to dive into the lineups here tonight. They're delivered by the Magic City Inspections, a locally owned company committed to providing exceptional inspection services to ensure you're ready to take the next step in your home ownership. Find them online, MinotInspections.com. Let's inspect and take a look at what we will see tonight. First, the starting lineup for the Minot High Magicians. Hunter Ruziska plays 3rd. Nygaard will play short tonight. Parker Hahn will play 2nd, and Tyler Collins will play first base. How do they start batting-wise? Well, Morgan Nygaard leads them off. Kellen Burke, the catcher, will bat 2nd. Jonas Bubak, who had a big triple last night, He plays right field. He bats third tonight. Hunter Ruziska, the third baseman, will clean him up. Tyler Collins will bat fifth. Leighton Ludwig will DH tonight and bat sixth. Noah Stenvold, the left fielder, will bat seventh. Carson Deaver, the young man, only a freshman, gets a call on the hill tonight. He's going to pitch and bat eighth. And Parker Hahn, the center fielder, will bat ninth here tonight. Looking at the Shanley lineup and how Shanley goes for their starting batting order here tonight. Trey Stalker, the center fielder, leads them off. Brennan Hammond, who pitched last night, was stellar. 11 strikeouts for him last night. He plays short, bats second. Tate Gustafson, the left fielder, bats third. Caleb Dewar is on the hill tonight. He's going to DH and pitch. He bats cleanup. Casey Clemenson, the first baseman, bats fifth. Cooper Borchardt, right fielder, bats sixth. Evan Berg, third baseman, bats seventh. Grant Workentine, stud football player and quarterback. He catches tonight, bats eighth. And then James Hogan will bat ninth, playing second base. A look at the pitcher matchup here tonight, and a good one. A couple kids in this one. A sophomore, number 10 here for West Fargo Cheyenne is Caleb Dewar. He matches up against the freshman from Mountain High, Carson Deaver. And Deaver, talk about being thrown into the pressure cooker. He's going to face the number one team in the East Region and the defending state champions as a freshman here tonight. He gets the call for the Magi. Mountain High coached by Pete Stenberg, longtime venture to the coaching staff of the Mountain High Magicians. Pete Stenberg, graduate of NDSU, where he played catcher for the Bison back in the day. He goes against Ryan Bodell tonight. Ryan Bodell, the former Mountain High pitcher and first baseman that played at Mountain State University. Time for our first pitch tonight, brought to you by our friends at Jersey Mike's. Jersey Mike's is a sub above. They truly are fantastic at Jersey Mike's. If you haven't had Jersey Mike's yet, you are officially missing out. Time for our first pitch tonight, brought to you by Jersey Mike's. And Nygaard's going to slap it down the third base line over to the shortstop. Nygaard's on. First pitch of the ball game, and Nygaard gets himself on base. Well, Morgan Nygaard comes up and puts a single on the board. 7:14, time of the first pitch, 72 degrees here in Jamestown. Wind at 13 miles an hour from time to time. Beautiful night for baseball. Jersey Mike's brought you the first pitch tonight, and it was successful for Morgan Nygaard. Brings up Kellen Burke, the catcher. Burke batting from the right side. Burke only a freshman. Nygaard's got a healthy lead over at first base, and turning and firing over towards first was Dewar. And Nygaard slides in safely there on the belly. Burke comes from a bloodline of athletes. His brother Chase was an all-state selection, the athlete of the year at Mountain High School. Wrestler, a football player. Sport that he really excelled at was baseball. He excelled at the other ones too, but baseball was the one that he chose to pursue in his college career. Kellen Burke on a 1-1 count, facing Caleb Dewar. This is a righty versus righty matchup, and that one is outside the zone for ball number 2, and it's a 2-1 count here in the top half of the first inning. Good crowd on hand tonight, not full by any means here at Jack Brown Stadium. As to be expected with no hometown team in the tournament. That's a strike that was cruising way inside on Kellen Burke. And Burke's going to step back in, takes a look back at the home plate umpire. Shakes his head yes, and we go to a 2-2 count. Nygaard at first. Here's the 2-2 pitch, fouled back by Burke as it goes up into the protective screen in front of us here at Jack Brown Stadium. Big thanks again to our friends at Shields for bringing you the pregame show here tonight. Shields of Monett and Bismarck, proud supporter of high school athletics across the board. Everything from fishing to fashion, sporting goods, clothing, footwear, you name it, Shields has it. The ultimate place, 2-2 pitch. That one down to the zone and inside. The fastball missed for Dewar. It's a 3-2 count now for Kellen Burke. Pete Stenberg over at the third base coach's box. He gives the instructions to Burke. Phil Shurik, the assistant coach, over at the first base box. Nygaard takes the lead. Here's the windup of the pitch. Swung on that one. Tipped back by Burke. It went off a Workenteen's catcher's mask. And he stays alive in the count. Minus to their white uniforms here tonight. They're trimmed down in Vegas gold with maroon. The maroon hats with Vegas gold bills. They've got the M's on top of the cap here tonight. Says Magicians across the chest. 3-2 pitch. High in the zone. Burke's walked. Brings up Jonas Bubak. And Bubak will come to the plate after an impressive performance last night. Bubak went 3 for 4 last night. He had an RBI. And that RBI that he had was a triple. He also stole a base last night. He steps in as the number 3 hitter for the Magi here. Bubak playing right field, wearing number 11. Bats on the right side of the batter's box. Runners on first and second with some speed. It's Nygaard and Burke. That first and second, Bubak's going to show bunt. He does. It lays out in the batter's box right to the left of the plate. Foul ball is ruled. No balls and 1 strike. West Fargo Cheyenne has been a powerhouse in sports since they've come out of the seed. 6 years that they've been able to attend. I said that in the pregame show here tonight. 2020, they were ranked number 1 COVID year. So they didn't get to go to the tournament. Nobody did. They won the title last year. They've been here at the Big Dance every year that they've been able to. Nygaard's going to have to turn in back to second. Slide on the belly as Dewar fired back over to Brennan Hammond. And Hammond put the tag on, but not in time. No balls, 1 strike. Flag at center field. Blows in the wind. Oh, so gingerly here at the beautiful Jack Brown Stadium. Bubak is going to show bunt again. He's going to fall that one back, and the count moves to no balls and 2 strikes. Mentioned it last night. I don't know if you heard it or not, but I mentioned Jonas Bubak giving a speech during the Minot High graduation last Sunday. Fantastic job. Stand-up, young man. No balls, 2 strikes. Here to Bubak. Showed bunt with 2 runners on. This time he's going to swing at it. Chops it over the pitcher's head. Runs it down to first. Bubak's on. As that one got into the glove and then out in a quick hurry of Brennan Hammond. And Bubak is going to reach on an E6. Error on the shortstop. That's going to move Nygaard all the way on over to second. Puts Kellen Burke, I'm sorry, at third. That puts Kellen Burke over at second. Then Jonas Bubak at first base, and there's a quick conversation at the hill as Ryan Bodell's going to come out and have a conversation here with the West Fargo infield staff. And the starting pitcher as Minot High looks to strike for first blood here in the state semifinals. And Ryan Bodell works his way back over to the West Fargo dugout. West Fargo's in whites here tonight. Says Cheyenne across their chest. Their shoulders are trimmed out in blue. They've got 2 orange stripes on the bottom of the arms of the sleeves. White pants with a blue stripe right down the middle. A real slight blue stripe. Here's the windup of the pitch as that one's going to hit the zone for a strike. As Hunter Ruziska is the man at the plate right now. And Ruziska is the guy that you want there. He is the cleanup hitter. Ruziska steps in and sees the 0-1 pitch. That one was inside. And a ball is called. 1-1 pitch coming to Ruziska. Nobody out, top half of the first inning. The Magi have loaded up the bases. Here's the windup, the pitch. Ruziska sends that one the opposite direction. It's going to go over into the seats on the first base side. And a Souvenir finds a fan over there as the fastball was connected on, but not completely from Hunter Ruziska. Talk about an athlete. He played football for Minot High. He was injured at the start of last year's football campaign and had to sit out the entire season. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. And Ruziska has a K next to his name as Caleb Dewar, the sophomore pitcher, has his first strikeout of the ballgame. That brings up Tyler Collins, the first baseman. 2 for 3 last night with an RBI and a 10-5 win for the Magicians over Fargo North. Bases are still loaded. That one delivered in, a fastball outside the zone for Ball number 1. 300 to the right field corner, 350 to the left field corner, 365 dead away center as Collins sees another one outside the zone and high, and the count moves to 2-0. 300 is a short distance when you only have to get 300 to clear the wall. Kicker here is that Jack Brown Stadium's got a 25-foot fence built on top of it, so you got to get up and over that. This one's going to be chopped right towards second base. Taylor-made double play ball. Hogan delivers over. Double play is in the bag as Hammond came over and covered. Then they threw it to Casey Clemenson. And the Magicians find themselves with 3 runners stranded after 1 hit was registered. No runs were scored. There was an error on Cheyenne, but the 4-6-3 double play put out from the Mustangs leaves us scoreless on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. We move to the bottom half of the first inning here in the state semifinals.
Carson, timeout.
Who calls a timeout in this game?
Me, I'm icing the kicker.
Really?
It'll give us more time to talk about First Western Bank and Trust,
Like our convenient online banking.
along with smart trust service options.
We're all about hometown service with bankers that know you and the community.
Okay, go ahead and kick.
I don't believe this.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
Jack Brown Stadium back here in Jamestown, North Dakota. Beautiful venue for high school and college baseball here in North Dakota. No place I'd rather be except for home today, and want to share my condolences and wishes back to my family and my in-laws, my wife's family. We had a passing of my wife's grandpa earlier on this week, and unfortunately, that's the way it has to be from time to time in life. Sure wish I could have been there today, without a doubt, as we celebrated Dick Ronnie's life today with the funeral and gathering of family. You all know that I want to be back home more than anything. We'll be home soon. Thoughts and prayers. Love you all. Magi are looking for a prayer here tonight to see if they can get back into a state championship appearance. The Magi haven't been there in a while, and it's a Magicians team that, surprisingly enough, with the amount of success that they've had at the American Legion level, that they only have 1 state championship to their name in high school baseball. That came back in 2005. Glory days for the Magi back then, and they had some pretty good teams leading up until that point, and they haven't won one since. They've been in the title game 3 times, and they've got an opportunity to get there tomorrow. And they're going to try to ride the shoulders of the freshman Carson Deaver, who's got the call on the hill. He pitches to Kellen Burke here today, and he's going to see Trey Stocker first, the center fielder who went 1 for 3 last night. Right down Broadway. And Deaver puts in strike number 1 to start things off here with his pitching at the state tournament. Buchanan threw yesterday for the Magi, and Buchanan almost went the complete distance. That one's fouled back on the fastball. Buchanan went 6 2/3 innings last night. He had a pretty good outing for the Magi as Mulberry came in and closed it out. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That one sent right down to center field, and Hunter Horner was there. There's 1 up, 1 down. Brendan Hammond, the shortstop, comes up next. Right-handed batter. Hammond went 0 for 2 with a walk, and he reached on an error last night. Big windup of the pitch. Strong kick and delivery here from Deaver. 1 ball, no strikes. Here to Hammond. Hammond drills that one right back up the middle, and Hammond finds himself at first base on a single as the comebacker came right past the left side of Deaver and back up through the middle out to center. And there's a runner on here for Cheyenne. Speaking of pitchers, Brendan Hammond was the one that pitched last night for West Fargo Cheyenne, and man, was he cooking. Jamestown had a gun on them. They don't have a gun inside the Jack Brown Stadium where you could see it, but apparently there was a gun somewhere near the Jamestown dugout that had the numbers on him. He was floating around 86, 87 miles an hour for basically the entire ball game last night. And Hammond certainly had a great outing last night for West Fargo Cheyenne as they took down the Jamestown Blue Jays 10-3. Deaver takes a look back over to first at Hammond. Now he comes set, winds up, pitches, and delivers. This one travels out towards Bubak in right, and Bubak didn't even have to move. Can of corn for Jonas Bubak. That's going to bring up the cleanup hitter and the pitcher, Caleb Dewar. 2 down here in the bottom half of the first. Deaver leads way forward to take the call. Then he comes set and delivers. And Dewar's going to knock that one out to right. Bubak tracking it, goes after it, gloves it, fires it in. And there's runners on the corners now as Caleb Dewar just hit an excellent shot down to right. Moves Hammond over to third. And Dewar to first, brings up Casey Clemenson. Plays first base here for the Cheyenne Mustangs. Some talks last night around the baseball table that we were at after the ball game that it's probably a pretty good opportunity that we would see Casey Clemenson maybe on the hill. He throws some gas, it sounds like. Not right now, though. He's playing first base to that bat. Did he see strike number 1 from the freshman Deaver right down Broadway? Bonnet High left 3 stranded on base in the top half of the first inning. Looking to see if defensively they could shut the door here on Cheyenne with runners on the corners in a scoreless ball game with 2 down. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one hits for a strike as well. Runner's going to go and advance over to second. And the base is stolen successfully by Dewar. And now there's runners at first and second for the Cheyenne Mustangs. Fans come to volume with the 0-2 count. Carson Deaver steps off the rubber and takes a moment. And now he wants to talk to Kellen Burke. He waves him out, and Burke is going to trot on out to the pitcher's mound and have a conversation. Future is bright for the Magi when you look at the two that see the most action here tonight, the pitcher, the catcher. They're both in their 9th grade years at Bonnet High School, or just getting through their 9th grade years. Deaver's going to take the call and come set. Now he delivers, swing and a miss. That one gets away from Burke. He's going to fire down to first in time to Collins, and Deaver struck him out. Carson Deaver took some extra time to come set, and then when he did, he delivered, and swinging and missing was Clemenson. The ball was dropped by Burke. It didn't matter. Burke came up with it. He fired down to first. And Bonnet High gets out of a jam. No runs were scored on 2 hits. No Bonnet High errors. 2 left on base on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard at the end of 1 inning of play. Scoreless ball game. West Fargo Cheyenne and Bonnet High here on the PSP Network.
I'm Lillian Kyber. I'm a senior at Glenburn High School, and I'm going to Minot State. I'm super excited. Glenburn's very familiar with Minot. We've always been connected with Minot State. Knowing that they are doing a Hometown Pride Scholarship was just kind of nice because then it's very inclusive. They're all so welcoming and so nice. It's refreshing. In the end, it just feels like home.
Leighton Ludwig leads things off for the Magi here at the top of the second inning. Ludwig, the designated hitter tonight. Bats on the right side, and Ludwig takes strike number 1 as he swung after that one. It was behind the fastball coming here from Caleb Dewar. One hit for the Magi so far in the ball game. That was a leadoff hit for Morgan Nygaard. That one reached at here by Ludwig, and it goes back into the protective net. And strike number 2 registers on the board. Ludwig did not bat last night. Sees a pitch outside, a fastball that misses for a ball. Tonight's ball game brought to you in part by our friends at Premier Chiropractic, by the way. Our family's choice for chiropractic care in the Magic City. 1-2 pitch. High in the zone. Missed just by a bit. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dr. Kirk Mason, Dr. Cody Haugen, and Dr. Becky Perry Dobries can be found at PremierChiropracticND.com. Focused on improving the overall health of Minot and the surrounding communities with the most cutting-edge advances in natural health care today. Swing and a miss and a strikeout there as the fastball came in. That was motoring and Ludwig reached for it. And the K goes next to the name of Leighton Ludwig. And Caleb Dewar's got his second strikeout of the contest. Brings up Noah Stenvold, the left fielder. He went 1 for 3 last night in the quarterfinals. Sees a strike. On the fastball, watch that one come by. One down here, top half of the second, scoreless ball game. Swing and a miss. Stenvold did after that one, aggressive in the box. And aggressive on the hill is Caleb Dewar. He's just throwing heat right now. The 0-2 pitch coming. Swing and a miss, and that one burned past Stenvold as well. And Caleb Dewar is getting in a groove, to say the least. Brings up Carson Deaver, the pitcher. The freshman batting here for the Magi. Deaver, a right-handed batter. He didn't bat last night. Sees this one outside the zone and high on the fastball again. 28th pitch of the contest here for Caleb Dewar. Here's the windup of the 1-0 pitch. That one's down in the zone. Missed for a ball. 2 balls, no strikes. Well, I hounded Scotty K this morning and last night about playing golf today, but Scott and I chose just to relax a little bit more today. We had that bet going last night during the broadcast if Scotty and I would get out and play some golf here today. Here's the 3-0 pitch coming, and that one's high for a walk. Deaver, free pass over to first. Brings up Parker Hahn, the center fielder. Scotty's not going to have a choice tomorrow. We're going to have to go get a round of golf in here at the state tournament. Well, Deaver's going to come off, and a pinch runner is going to come out for the Magi. It's Baker that comes in to run for the Magicians. And we go to Parker Hahn, the center fielder, batting on the left side. Only a batting glove on the right hand. Thought about it, but a strike comes in. He came around on a check swing. He's got the white pants on here tonight, rolled up to the knees. And full maroon socks on tonight for the Magi. Hahn facing Dewar at an 0-1 count with 2 down. Just missed the outside corner on another fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. I've played golf with Scotty Cattell before, and he could swing them pretty good. Here's the windup of the 1-1 pitch outside again, and the count moves to 2-1. It's always fun at tournament time, the people that you bump into and the conversations you get to have. Doesn't matter if it's baseball or basketball, hockey, Dakota Bowl, you name it. A lot of familiar faces here in Jamestown this week at state baseball tournament. 4th pitch of the at-bat here was a ball as that was down to the zone. And Dewar takes his hat off, wipes the sweat off the forehead. Gets the brim of the cap put back where he wants it, and he takes an extra moment to regather himself here with a 3-1 count and 2 down. Swing. That one's going to come all the way off the bat to the opposite field. Went over the third baseman's head. Landed foul by about 3 feet out in left field. And the count becomes full now on the foul ball coming from Parker Hahn. Saw Rod Kleingen today, the voice of Dickinson. The midgets at Dickinson State. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swung on. That one's going to be chopped over towards second. Grounded by Hogan. Put over to first. And the putout was there on the 4-3 play. And Parker Hahn retired, and so are the Magi in the second inning. They've batted through the order now. We'll go back to the top of the order with Morgan Igard, Kellen Burke, and Jonas Bubak in the third. But Cheyenne comes up next to the dish with Borchardt, Berg, and Workity. That happens when we come back here to Jack Brown Stadium in Jamestown. It's a scoreless ball game on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. Winner moves on to the state title. Buckle up, this one brewing pretty good right now.
At Shots Crossroads, we make 8 gallons of homemade ranch dressing every day, so you can smother your dinner salad with it, dip those crispy golden French fries in it, and dunk your breaded chicken strips. You can even cover your... Wait, no. You can't put ranch on steak. Or can you? Shots Crossroads. Don't forget the ranch.
Bottom half of the second inning brought to you by our friends at Prestwich Orthodontics. Prestwich Orthodontics specializing in braces and Invisalign for all ages. We offer free consultations and financing to make it easy to take your smile to the next level. Call 852-2646 or visit minebraces.com today to get started with your free virtual consultation. It's Prestwich Orthodontics bringing you the bottom half of the second. First state title in their program's existence last year in Mandan for West Fargo Cheyenne. Scott Cattell and I had the call of that matchup. They beat Shanley 11-1. That one was almost over, it seemed, before anyone could say Charlie Brown, as the Mustangs ran away with it. They look to get back to the state title game and play Shanley again tomorrow. They could do that if they take down Mountain High School here tonight. First pitch was delivered in for a ball as Cooper Borchardt sits at his first at bat to the ball game. That one's in for a strike. Carson Deaver, the freshman, on the hill here for Mountain High on a beautiful Friday night to Jamestown. That one missed. Hit the dirt out in front of the plate. Burke knocked it down. One ball, one strike. Here's the 1-1 pitch coming. Into the dirt again, and that one hit Kellen Burke on the throwing arm. And Burke takes an extra moment back behind the dish, grabbing the glove and squeezing the hand just a bit on the throwing hand. You heard that one hit, didn't sound very good. They're going to give Burke an extra moment here. Umpire comes back and says, "Are you good to go?" Burke says, "Let's do it." And the tough catcher from Mountain High will kneel back in behind the dish. 3-1 pitch coming here to Borchardt. Into the dirt it goes again, and Borchardt's walked. Brings up Evan Berg, the third baseman.
Batting seventh, the third baseman, number 2, Evan Berg.
It's always fun having those conversations. Back to that topic of conversation. Talking to Rod Kleingen today, we talked about doing 4 games yesterday, and he's a legendary voice of southwest side of the state down in Dickinson. I mean, he's been at it for 40-plus years. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one's going to be bunted at, tipped, fall back, strike one. Runner over at first. Bottom half of the second. Scoreless ball game here, the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. And now Kellenberg's going to come out and have a conversation here with Carson Deaver. Rod and I talked about doing 4 games in baseball and sitting and basically talking to yourself for 5 hours straight. We started laughing and told some stories. I said, yeah, geez, man, last night I was talking about Applebee's and how my son loves brooms and wouldn't take no for an answer on not sweeping the Applebee's floor. He got a big smile on his face. He was here today for the Dickinson matchup. The Dickinson lost to Shanley. Curveball was in for Deaver for a strike, and the count moves to 0-2. Talked to James, the bus driver for Bonnet High last night as well, and we had a fun conversation that wasn't so fun at the time when it happened. We're on our way to Botno one time for high school hockey when I was playing for the Magi. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That one swung on. Taylor made double play ball over to second. Nygaard, it's bumbled at second and then caught as Parker Hahn came over and made the play. Gloved it, wanted to get rid of it too quick. And there's one down anyway as Nygaard, the fielder's choice, puts Evan Berg down. Brings up Grant Workentine, the catcher. Workentine went 3 for 3 last night with 2 RBIs. Primetime athlete here. Anyway, we were talking with James and he said, do you remember the time back in 2002? Bonnet High hockey was on its way to Botno on a Tuesday night. I was looking out the window and all of a sudden the ditch turned into the highway. Workentine's going to slap at that one and it's going to go up the first base line but foul. 1 strike, no balls. He got a smile on his face and said, man, that was something that I wish never happened. I said, you saved our lives, man. It was unbelievable what he was able to do. Literally sitting next to Dave Wilson, the varsity starting goaltender, on our way up to Botno. And I was looking out the window heading straight north on 83, and the ditch slowly turned into the shoulder. The shoulder turned into looking right up the highway. This ball's going to be sent from Deaver back over to first. Collins puts the tag on, but sliding it safely is Borchardt. No balls, 1 strike, 1 down. James told the story from his vantage point and driving the bus in that situation. That ball's going to be cranked by Workentine all the way out into left. Gets over the head of Stenvold. Stenvold's backtracking. He's going to throw it in. We're going to have a play coming at the plate. No, we're not. Workentine just drives in. A run with a stand-up double and an RBI for Workentine brings Borchardt around to score, and Cheyenne takes a 1-0 lead. 1 down here as Workentine put the aluminum on that one, and it got over the head of Stenvold. That was a well-hit baseball. We go down to the 9-hitter, James Hogan. Hunter Ruziska comes over to the young Carson Deaver. Hands the baseball back off with a runner at second. That's Workentine. Yeah, James told the story from his vantage point to driving the bus that night, and how he hit black ice and the way that he cranked the wheel, and all of a sudden we were facing the wrong direction going down the highway. We slid for many feet. He corrected it. We got up to Botno. I smiled. I said, I remember getting off the bus and looking at you and saying, thank you so much for doing what you do. That one's in for a strike as Deaver delivers in. Said, I remember looking at you saying thanks for doing what you do. And you were about as white as a ghost. Got a big smile on his face. Sure appreciate all those people that are involved in athletics across the board, including guys like James, the bus driver, that gets everybody where they need to go safely. So many times throughout the year, that one fouled back. Count moves to 0-2 here as James Hogan, the second baseman, batting from the right side, faces Deaver. Cheyenne struck for first blood here in the bottom half of the second as Workentine had a stand-up double and an RBI there. 0-2 pitch coming. Curveball right back up through the middle. Comes over to Hahn. Fires over to Collins, and Collins puts the foot on the bag, and Hahn gloved it. Yeah, there's 2 down here. That moves Workentine over. I'm sorry. Yeah, it is Workentine over to third base. And we go back to the top of the order to Trey Stocker. 0 for 1 of the ball game here tonight. Here's the windup and the pitch to the right-hander. That one's going to be fouled back on top of Jack Brown Stadium. Hits the roof up top, and then it falls back on the opposite side near the concession stand and parking lot. I gambled today when I came to Jack Brown Stadium. I parked in the first parking spot right behind home plate to the left. If you're looking out That ball is going to be pitched in, and it came underneath Burke. Lost a handle on it for a moment. Corralled it. Held Workentine over at third, and the count moves to 1-1. I haven't seen any foul balls go that way yet here today. We still have 5 innings left of baseball. Hoping the Suburban stays safe in its parking spot and probably the biggest danger zone here at the field. Curveball in for a strike. And he paints the outside corner. And Deaver now ahead of the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 down. Magi trailing West Fargo Cheyenne 1-0. Courtesy of Grant Workentine's RBI double. Deaver brings the heat, but he hits up high in the zone. And there's deuces on the board with 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs here in the bottom half of the second. Deaver takes the call from Kellen Burke. Delivering to the right-hander, Stocker. He struck him out with the curveball, caught him looking, and Stocker shakes his head in disgust, and Deaver's got his second K of the ball game, and that one had some movement on it. 1 run on 1 hit, no one at high airs, 1 stranded on base for West Fargo Cheyenne. And the Mustangs strike for first blood of the state semifinals here tonight. They lead 1-0 on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. We now go to the top half of inning number 3.
Remember where this goes?
I don't know.
Are you sure it was a clicking and not a zoom, zoom?
I think your quash litter valve's stuck.
Do you even have insurance? If we soak it, it should be good.
No matter how much you know or don't know about your vehicle, trust the experts at Tires Plus. Real answers from real mechanics.
Inspections are free to ensure your vehicle is always in peak condition.
Thinking service? Think Tires Plus.
State semifinal night in any sport, doesn't matter what it is, always seems to be one that's just got a little bit more electricity involved in it. And this one certainly does for the Magi as they try to get into the state title matchup tomorrow with Fargo Shanley. We're in the top half of the 3rd inning. Bonnet High hasn't scored a run yet. They've registered 1 hit against the sophomore Caleb Durr, who's got 3 strikeouts to his name, and the Magi are going to go back to the top of the order with Morgan Nygaard. Top half of the 3rd inning brought to you by our friends at Roger Ward Moving and Storage. Roger Ward Moving and Storage can help you move across town or across the country. Locations in Minot, Bismarck, Fargo, Aberdeen. Wherever you need them. Find them online, RogerWardMovingAndStorage.com. Here's the windup of the pitch coming back to Morgan Nygaard. He falls that one back. Second plate appearance here for Nygaard. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one's going to be slapped up. I think I may have my batting order on the line here. I believe that was Kellen Burke that just hit, possibly. This is Nygaard, is that right? They wear number 2 and 3. Here's Kellen Burke. Runs it down to first base as he laid down the bunt. That will advance Nygaard. Burke was just at bat. Nygaard is at second base. Just wrote down a 2 instead of a 3. I'll just mix match those numbers and we'll be set to the score sheet. My apologies.
Right fielder Jonas Bubak.
Brings up Jonas Bubak. Reached first base on an error in the first on Brennan Hammond. Bubak, the right-hander. Wide up in the pitch. Okay, by for a ball. Vigard's at second. Second hit for him in the ballgame. Bubak sees a high fastball. Fly by for a ball. 2 balls, no strikes. He had an RBI triple last night to the first inning. They put Minot High on the board. They scored 2 runs in the first inning of play last night against Fargo North. There's a strike delivered by Caleb Dewar. Sophomore fires that one in past Bubak, and it's a 2-1 count. Here in the top half of the third. Here's the windup of the pitch to Bubak. And Bubak drills that one, but it's foul, and it goes back out into the parking lot. Didn't hear any windshields break yet. That was towered pretty high, however. 2-2 the count here to Bubak. Nygaard with the lead over at second. Swing and a miss, and Bubak struck out. 4th strikeout of the ball game for Caleb Dewar. And there's 2 down here for the Magi in the top half of the third inning. Brings up the cleanup batter, Hunter Ruziska. He'll move on to play college football. Some major highlights from his football playing days at Minot High. He sees that one hit the outside corner for a strike. Had the ability to run punts and kicks back to the house. That's some major speed. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. And the fastball delivered in, and Dewar continuing to bring the heat here in this semifinal matchup. Ruziska, the 0-2 count, facing Dewar with a runner on second. Here's the windup of the pitch. Thought about it, that was high in the zone. Workentine turns around and talks to the home plate umpire. Cheyenne fans thought that one was maybe strike number 3. Here's the 1-2 pitch coming. The kick and delivery. Off-speed pitch inside the zone, and the eye was right there for Hunter Ruziska. The count moves to 2-2. Right-handed batting Ruziska struck out his last at-bat. The windup of the pitch. Thought about that one, and now the count moves to full at 3-2 as that one just missed high. Hunter digs in. Batting gloves on both hands for Minot High's third baseman and cleanup hitter. 3-2 pitch coming here. The kick and delivery. Swing and a miss on a fastball inside. And another strikeout. That's number 5 for Dewar on the afternoon, or the evening here tonight, I should say. And Cheyenne keeps the goose egg on the board. No runs for the Magi on 1 hit. No errors. One was left on base. And it's still a 1-0 ball game on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. Cheyenne's on top. They come back to the dish when we return to Jack Brown Stadium here in Jamestown.
Carson, timeout.
Who calls a timeout in this game?
Me, I'm icing the kicker.
Really?
It'll give us more time to talk about First Western Bank and Trust.
Like our convenient online banking.
Along with smart trust service options.
We're all about hometown service with bankers that know you and the community.
Okay, go ahead and kick.
I don't believe this.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
Brought it up last night. I'm going to say it again. Whoever's DJing here at Jack Brown Stadium deserves an A for effort. They've been on it all weekend long here at Jamestown for the state Class A baseball tournament. Glad to have you folks aboard here tonight for Minot High and West Fargo Cheyenne of the state semifinals and a matchup between East versus West region foes here tonight. Big thanks again to Shots Crossroads. They're your post-game headquarters. They bring you the post-game show tonight. Get filled up on the delicious menu that includes the famous number 99. Order online at shotscrossroads.com. And don't forget, team buses are always welcome at Shots Crossroads. First pitch is delivered in, and it's swung on and sent down into the Cheyenne bullpen by the number 2 hitter, Brennan Hammond. Singled in his first at-bat here tonight. He went 0 for 2 with a walk, and he reached on an error last night. More impressively, he threw 11 strikeouts last night. In a matchup and a win, he sees a strike fly by there, and the count moves to no balls and 2 strikes now as the 9th grader Carson Deaver ahead of the count. The kick and delivery. That one swung on and right over to Parker Hahn at second, fired to Collins, and the Magi put the leadoff batter here in the 3rd inning down, and Hammond grounds out on the 4-3 putout. Brings up Tate Gustafson, the left fielder. Right-handed batter. He's got 2 blue banded gloves on here today with blue and white Nike cleats. Facing Deaver. Deaver's going to step off again. Phil Shurik pointing back at. The umpire. The umpire now having a conversation with Pete Stenberg and Phil Shurik. And the umpire, Stenny and Phil, continue to have a conversation. They look over at Ryan Bodell. Bodell just raises his shoulders. He's coaching third base, the head coach of Cheyenne, and shrugs his shoulders as if to say, I don't know what you're saying. Now Deaver comes set. He's going to kick and fire. Curveball hits again, and Deaver's in for another strike. No balls, 1 strike, 1 down. Mount High trailing 1-0 on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. Cheyenne scored back in the 2nd on a Grant Workentine RBI double. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one's going to be chopped right down the third base line. Gone past Hunter Ruziska. Over to the corner to pick it up. It's Stenvold, and Stenvold fires it back across into the diamond. And around over to second is Tate Gustafson. Talk about painting the line. That one just inside of the third base. And Ruziska just couldn't get a glove on it. Had to reach across the body to do so in a quick hurry. And it darted out into left field. 4th hit to the ball game here for West Fargo Cheyenne. They have a runner at second now here in the bottom half of the 3rd. And Deaver looks good here tonight. He delivers another one in. Registers as a strike. Now the count moves to 0-1 here for Caleb Dewar, the pitcher. Singled back in the 1st inning. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one's chopped at, comes out in front of home plate, but it went off of Dewar, and it's a foul ball. 0-2 the count here. Carson Deaver, 2 strikeouts so far in the ball game, looking to see if he can make it number 3. Deaver steps off again. Wants a new side here from Kellen Burke. Stares back at Burke with the flat brim on the cap. Takes a look back over at Gustafson at second. Then delivers, and the off-speed pitch caught him swinging. He struck him out. 3rd strikeout of the ball game for Carson Deaver. He's got some movement on that curveball here tonight. To the fastball's been good as well. Brings up Casey Clemenson. Clemenson facing Carson Deaver for the 2nd time. Deaver struck him out back in the 1st inning. This one's going to be blooped right over the second baseman's head. One run's going to come around to score as Clemenson turns the corner at first. And an RBI single for Casey Clemenson has Cheyenne on top of Mount High by a score of 2-0 on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. Gustafson comes around to score. Clemenson registers the RBI single, and we go to Cooper Borchardt, the right fielder now, who walked back in the 2nd inning. Mount High with 2 outs on the board. And Deaver's going to step off again. Sun's starting to make its way down here tonight at Jack Brown Stadium. And it becomes an issue for these batters that bat right-handed. And the third baseman, a little bit of short. Pitch sent in, and that one off the mark. It was in for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Lights came on last night here at Jack Brown Stadium. It's beautiful in the daytime, but at night when the lights are shining and glistening off the fences and out on the field, I tell you what, it's beautiful. That one was in for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here to Cooper Borchardt, the right fielder. Deaver's going to go after him here again. Takes the call from Burke. Not worried about the runner at first, just sends one in. It's a comebacker right to Deaver. Deaver's going to fire to first. And that's going to be a 1-3 putout for the Magi. They get through West Fargo Cheyenne's batting of the 3rd inning, and damage was done here again, however, as West Fargo Cheyenne registers 1 run on 2 hits, no minor errors, 1 left on base, and it's a 2-0 score in favor of Cheyenne on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. We move to the 4th inning as this game's got some pretty good pace to it.
30-inch Galactic Pizza is out of this world. There's nothing like it anywhere else in Minot. Too much to handle? Try one of our famous large specialty pizzas like the Blue Buffalo. Get the best pizza in Minot and play some laser tag. At Planet Pizza, South Broadway, Minot.
Well, on to inning number 4. On a beautiful night for baseball here at Jamestown. Winner moves on to the state championship game tomorrow at 4:30, taking on Fargo Shanley tomorrow. Minot High's down by 2 right now as we enter the 4th inning. Former Minot High coach, Minot Metro's coach, Freddie Nelson checking in. Listening to the PSP Network tonight with the kids here tonight. Hope you guys are having a fun Friday night listening to some Magi baseball. Freddie was a heck of a catcher back in his day. Would have been a part of that 2005 state title team. Could hit the ball as well. Collins will lead things off for the Magi. And he's going to poke one out towards right, trying to track over there as the center fielder. And doing so is Trey Stocker. And Stocker gloves the Tyler Collins fly out to right center field. Brings up Leighton Ludwig. Struck out his last at-bat. Where's number 13? Right-handed hitter. Steps in as Caleb Dewar delivers pitch number 54 of the ball game. That one gets past Workentine and rolls all the way over to the Cheyenne dugout. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the windup of the pitch. Low inside the zone. And ball number 2 on the board. 2 balls, no strikes here to Leighton Ludwig, the designated hitter for Minot High. The windup of the pitch. Ludwig's going to take that to the opposite field over towards the bullpen for Cheyenne, and it bounces into the bullpen and then on to play. And the count moves to 2 balls and 1 strike. Minot beat Fargo North last night 10-5. They had 2 runs in the first inning. They waited until the 4th to score again, where they scored 1 run in the 4th, 6 runs in the 5th, and they added 1 more run in the 7th. He had the ball game last night. Ball's delivered outside the zone, and it should be a 3-1 count. It is 3-1. On the board here at Jack Brown Stadium, they've got it at 2-1. Scorekeeper having one of those Scotcheroos from the concession stand that are good with a capital G and 2 O's and a capital D as well. Those Scotcheroos down there, let me tell you. Count is full here to Ludwig. Kick and delivery. Down to the zone, and Ludwig's walked. Brings up Noah Stenvold. He struck on his last at-bat. Comes up to the dish here. Stenvold's going to step in. 1 for 3 last night against the Spartans. Runner at first, Monmouth trailing 2-0. Stenvold turns on the first pitch, and that one's going to head out to the parking lot. Isaac Daly from Dickinson hit a solo home run today over the right field fence. And when he did, he almost hit a Chevy Silverado passing by. It was almost perfect timing. Not sure if it got dinged or not. There's the 0-1 pitch. In for a strike, and the count moves to 0-2. Daly, the only player in the tournament to hit a home run, and he's done it twice. He had a home run in the quarterfinals, and then he hit a home run here today in the Dickinson loss. This one's going to be fouled back. Working team tracks it back, but it hits the roof here at Jack Brown Stadium. And Stenvold stays alive in the count at 0-2 with a pair of foul balls here and another strike. Stenvold playing in left field here for the Magi. The 0-2 pitch coming with a runner on first base. Breaking ball got away from Caleb Dewar, and the count moves to 1-2. One-two pitch to Stenvold, the righty. That one's right down Broadway, and Stenvold got caught looking. He struck him out. 6th strikeout of the ball game here for Caleb Dewar. Brings up the opposing pitcher, the freshman Carson Deaver. He walked back in the second. And he's going to turn on one here, sends it out to center. That ball's tracked by Trey Stocker, and Stocker had a can of corn. He gloved that one, and the Magi go through 4 batters here in the 4th inning. No runs were scored on no hits. There were no Cheyenne errors, and one was left on. That was Leighton Ludwig that was walked. And at the end of 3.5 innings complete, it's still 2-0 West Fargo Cheyenne leading the Magi from Bonnet High on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard.
Ware attacks. There's a takeaway by Eagle Staff. Eagle Staff on the open floor rises up. Oh, the one-handed rip by Trayson Eagle Staff.
Doppler gave a little bit of a look on that one, and then he went in and just whammed it with the right hand.
Oh, Eagle Staff with the rip.
The American flag out in center field is about as still as we've seen it here the past 2 days. The wind was howling yesterday like you wouldn't believe. 35 to 50 mile an hour gusts all day long. Kept the mosquitoes away for the most part yesterday. But at 65 degrees, it was pretty chilly with that wind that was coming at times straight back towards home plate and into the grandstand here. Tonight at 73 degrees and a wind that's floating around probably 10 to 15 miles per hour. A much more delightful experience here at the state baseball tournament. Deaver warming up. Kellenberg has his throw down to second. That one was right on the mark. And Evan Berg is going to step in. Berg will step in. Don't have a stat line on him batting last night. Gustafson went 4 for 4 with 3 RBIs. Workentine 3 for 3 with 2 RBIs. They were the ones that led the charge last night. First pitch delivered in. And I'm not sure if it was a ball or strike. They took a moment to get it on the board. Now they've got it up there. The second one was a curveball in for a strike. And Deaver ahead of the count here on Evan Berg. Deaver working quickly the windup of the pitch. Another off-speed toss. That one goes down to the dirt in front of Burke. Burke throws it back up. Yeah, the count moves to 1-2. Bonnet High had a 5-game losing streak heading into the WDA tournament. They came in as the number 6 seed into the West Region Dance. And they surprised some people. They got all the way into the championship matchup with Century. They ended up falling to Century in the title game. But about a week before that, they lost to Williston at Corbett Field 17-1. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss and a strikeout there for Deaver as that curveball was moving again, and another strikeout here for the 9th grader. That's number 4 on the evening. And 1 up, 1 down here for West Fargo Cheyenne. Brings up Grant Workentine. They've got him buried in the lineup at number 8. And a strategy that's worked here for Cheyenne. Swing and a miss on another curveball. Yeah, no balls and a strike here for Deaver as Workentine missed that one. Buried in the lineup, but one of the better hitters in this crew here for Cheyenne, especially at the tournament. RBI double back in the 2nd. That brought a runner out to score. So he's 1 for 1 in the ball game. And he's perfect here at the state tournament at 4 for 4 with 3 RBIs to his name. Wind up of the pitch. He's going to tower that one over towards left. Tracking it there is Stenvold. All the way over towards the fence. Almost hit the highline power cable. Came down and Stenvold gloved it. 10 feet off the fence, and there's 2 up, 2 down as Workentine flies that one out in foul territory, and Stenvold had no trouble going in after it, and he gloves it. Brings up James Hogan, who's 0 for 1 here tonight, the right-handed batter playing second base tonight for Cheyenne. Deaver's going to turn and fire. First pitch swung on. That one's going to go up right behind the press box on the first base line. Beautiful facility here at Jack Brown Stadium. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Hit the corner for strike number 2. James Hogan, the number 9 hitter for the Mustangs, behind in the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Can Carson Deaver ring him up again? Low in the zone. And that one registers as a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Deaver takes the call from Burke. The windup of the pitch. That one hit the dirt again. And the count moves to 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. We're here at the bottom of the 4th inning. 2 outs for the Magi, trying to make it 3, and a curveball does just that. Deaver struck him out. Hogan was staring at that one. He didn't like the call. Didn't matter. 1, 2, 3 with a pair of strikeouts there for Carson Deaver. And the freshman has Mounted High in striking distance tonight with Cheyenne. 2-0 at the end of 4 innings played on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. Cheyenne on top. They registered no runs, no hits, no Mounted High errors. Nobody left on base because nobody got there. 5th inning comes up next here on the PSP Network.
The magic of what we do really comes down to combining different aspects of patient care. Here at Premier Chiropractic, we love combining soft tissue work, the adjustment, and exercises together. We found that this gets the best results for our patients. We have 3 chiropractors to fit the needs of the entire family, a rehab area for our exercises and equipment for any athlete to improve performance. Give us a call and we will get you back to doing what you love.
Jack Brown Stadium here in Jamestown, North Dakota, home to the 2022 State Class A Baseball Tournament. Talk about a tradition and a story of this place. We enter the 5th inning, and it's time for one of the better stories that I've been told broadcasting sports. Buckle up for this if you're ready. We'll lead it off with Mounted High's Parker Hahn, who steps in to face Caleb Dewar, who's riding 6 strikeouts here tonight at a 2-0 lead for Cheyenne over Mounted High at this point in the ballgame as we enter the 5th. The number 9 batter for the Magi, 0 for 1 here tonight. Sees the first pitch outside. Jack Brown Stadium, built back in the early 1900s. They had professional baseball back in the day. It's some big names that came through, none that I recognized. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one's going to be turned on. It's going to go foul right above the Modern High dugout. Head over towards the bathroom. Head out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. So it was home to baseball and some high-level play for many years. Fast forward the story all the way back to 1993. Here's a windup of the pitch. That one driven right through the hole, right through the center gap. And Parker Hahn registers Modern High's 3rd hit of the ball game with a single as he trots on over to first, and Modern High goes back to the top of the order. Jack Brown Stadium had to be built back in 1993. It's actually in 1994 that they rebuilt it back, redesigned the stadium because the place got burnt down to the ground. Here's a windup of the pitch. This one inside, and Morgan Nygaard, who's got a pair of singles tonight, sees strike number 1. They had to rebuild the stadium after a fire destroyed the place. They never found the cause or the person that did it, as it was claimed to be arson here at Jack Brown Stadium. Here's a windup of the pitch. Thinking about running back over to second and stealing a base was Hahn, but Werkentine got up and fired the cannon back over to the second baseman, Hogan. And Hogan holds Modern High's Parker Hahn back over at first. They never found the guy that did it. But a new ballpark came out of it. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one for Nygaard, turned on it, an inside fastball, and he fouls it back, and the count sits at 1-2. The maintenance crew gentleman that runs the ballpark that was telling me the story pointed at the other gentleman that has been here for many years, all the way back to 1993. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Struck Nygaard out, and then a throw down back over to first. And in safely over there is Hahn, but Nygaard got caught looking. And another strikeout here for Caleb Dewar. That's number 7 of the ball game, and Cheyenne puts one Magi out to the books. Brings up Kellen Burke. 0 for 1 with a walk in the ball game. Added in the first, the third, and the 5th. Whoa, headhunt came right over top of the head of Kellen Burke, the freshman. He had to duck out of the way of that one. Nothing like a little sweet chin music. Burke last night wore 2 of those pitches. He was walked 3 times. He swings on this one, and he falls it back into the fence right here in front of the grandstand behind home plate. Burke reached first 3 times last night. 2 of them, he was hit by the pitch. 3 walks for him. Here's the windup of the pitch. That one right down Broadway, and a fastball for a strike. Anyway, the gentleman that was working on getting batter's boxes ready that was telling me that story looked at the other guy that's been here since 1993. Said, this is the guy right here that we think did it. This one from Burke to the opposite field, over to right, all the way halfway to the wall. And that one's gobbled up out in right field by Borchardt. Borchardt gloves it. Burke's retired, and there's 2 away for the Magi. Brings up Jonas Bubak. Reached on an error on the shortstop. Back in the first, he struck out back in the third. Finally finished that story. What happens is 2 workers that are here at Jack Brown Stadium. Gentleman that runs the place looks at his other worker and says, is this guy Larry right here? He just didn't want to come to work that day, so he burnt the place to the floor. That made me smile. No balls, 1 strike here to Bubak. Tripled last night with an RBI. Looking to get the bats going here for the Magi. Bubak was the best hitter last night for Modern High. He went 3 for 4 in the ball game. He had a stolen base to his name as well. Modern trails 2-0 here to West Fargo Cheyenne in the top half of the 5th. A runner on first, the number 9 hitter. That's Hahn that sits at first with a healthy lead. And it's Jonas Bubak, the number 3 batter, that sends it right up the hole And Bubak is on with a single as he moves on over to second. And we go back to the cleanup hitter, Hunter Ruziska. The guy you want at the plate to this situation, your cleanup hitter in Ruziska. And one that's going to step in and see if he could find an answer for Caleb Dewar, who has struck him out 2 times already in the ballgame. Ruziska represents the go-ahead run for the Magi as they trail 2-0 here to West Fargo Cheyenne, trying to get into the state championship game tomorrow against Shanley. First pitch swung on and a miss, and Ruziska behind the fastball. Luke Dobry's checking in from Rice Lake tonight. Hope the Dobry's family's good. Hope you're sitting on the pod too and having a good time tonight. Listening to the Magi take on West Fargo Cheyenne. Well, you hear another ball hit the glove and big time, and that was a strike that had Ruziska looking. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 down, 2 runners on for the Magi. Dewar's going to come set, kicks, and now delivers. Ruziska tattoos it over towards third, gets through the hole, and Ruziska is over to first safely. And the Magi have the bases loaded again, and Tyler Collins comes to the dish. Parker Hahn at third. Jonas Bubak at second, and Hunter Ruziska over to first. And here comes Ryan Bodell out to the mound on the 82nd pitch of the ball game. And Bodell comes out, and the infield comes together. Will we see a pitching change coming here for West Fargo Cheyenne? I know they've got more in the tank as far as the arms they could throw. Will they throw one here? We're going to find out when we come back. 2-0 Cheyenne on top of Mounted High. The Magi have the bases loaded.
The 30-inch Galactic Pizza is out of this world. There's nothing like it anywhere else in Minot. Too much to handle? Try one of our famous large specialty pizzas like the Blue Buffalo. Get the best pizza in Minot and play some laser tag. At Planet Pizza, South Broadway, Minot.
Tyler Collins steps in with the bases loaded for the Magi after a quick mound visit there. And a high riser misses the zone from Newark. 1 ball, no strikes. Bodell, the former Mounted High magician himself in Mounted Vista, played baseball for the Beavers as well. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That one sent right back up the middle again and into the glove of the shortstop. And Hammond gloved it and tapped the bag and puts Mounted High's 2-out rally to a quick close. The way that he did that, as Collins hits into the fielder's choice and ends the inning, the way that the shortstop grabbed it, Brendan Hammond, I thought that one was getting through. Just reached down, gloved it, says, look what I found. Gingerly taps the bag, flips it with the glove, and just runs off into the dugout. And Cheyenne hangs on to a 2-0 lead as the Magi end up with 3 more stranded. The good news for the Magicians is they had 2 hits heading into that inning. They end up with 3 hits. No runs are scored, 0 Cheyenne errors, but another 3 spot of Magi's left on base here tonight. And that's 9 runners stranded for Mounted High here in the state semifinals. 2-0 at the end of 4.5 played on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. Cheyenne still in the driver's seat.
I'm Laura McIver. I'm a senior at Glenburn High School, and I'm going to Minot State. I'm super excited. Glenburn's very familiar with Minot. We've always been connected with Minot State. Knowing that they are doing a Hometown Pride Scholarship was just kind of nice because then it's very inclusive. They're all so welcoming and so nice. It's refreshing. In the end, it just feels like home.
Bottom half of the 5th inning brought to you by our friends at Jersey Mike Subs. Jersey Mike Subs is a sub above. First pitch swung on and Sent down the third base line. That one went foul. That bat here for Cheyenne is O'Lead. Batting in place of Trey Stocker in the leadoff position. Deaver in with another curveball and got him to swing. No balls, 2 strikes. O'Lead batting from the right side. First plate appearance here in the state tournament. Deaver takes the call from Burke, kicks and then delivers. Curveball to the inside of the plate, missed. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Big thanks again to Magic City Inspections, the locally owned company committed to providing exceptional inspection services. Did he come around on the check swing is the question from the home plate umpire down the first base line to the infield umpire. He said no, so the count moves to 2-2. Visit MunnInspections.com. They'll help you take the next step in your home ownership. It's Magic City Inspections. 2 balls, 2 strikes here to O'Lead, and O'Lead puts the right hand up. He wants to call time and step out of the box. Looks over at the head coach, Ryan Bodell, in the coach's box on the third base side. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That one driven hard right back over to second base. Gloving it there was Parker Hahn. Hahn had to turn the body on it and fire it back over to Tyler Collins, and they got him at first.
Shortstop, Brendan Hammond.
That thing was delivered right back as a comeback, or right back to second base. Parker Hahn had to go across his body, grab the baseball in full swing momentum, heading over towards left field, turned the body and fired over to Collins. He went down into the splits and made the play. Swing and a miss on a curveball there that beat Brendan Hammond. No balls and a strike. As an excellent play from Parker Hahn. Puts 1 out on the board as that baseball was hit well by O'Lead. The 0-1 pitch to the number 2 hitter Hammond, and Hammond's going to foul that one back. And you hear it hit clank right above us here in the grandstand right behind home plate. And unfortunately, it probably went off the grandstand and right onto the windshield of my Suburban. No balls, 2 strikes. Curveball reaching for that one was Hammond. Tracking it back again. And in to make the play was Bubak. As Parker Hahn came over to help out, and then Bubak called him off. And there's 2 up, 2 down as Mountain High's defense doing what they need to do to stay in this state title hunt here tonight. 2-0 on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. Cheyenne on top of Minot. It's the bottom half of the 5th inning. First 2 batters at the top of the order retired here. And batter number 3 is Tate Gustafson, and he sees a curveball land in for a strike. Gustafson went 4 for 4 last night with 3 RBIs. He had a single, 2 doubles, and a triple. Now he's got a single here as he launches that one out to left. Hit that one clean, didn't he? Gustafson trots over safely to first. If the wind wouldn't have been so high last night, Gustafson maybe could have completed the cycle. Could have went to the opposite field. Wasn't easy to do with that wind blowing right back at you. But again, only at 300 on that right field fence. You've got some power to take an opposite field, or you're left-handed. You've got a pretty good opportunity to add another tally to your home run group. Dewar comes up to bat, hammers one right over to first. Tyler Collins went down onto a knee to play it. Collins gloves it, steps back up, and he touches first base and gets the 3rd out to the 5th inning. 4 batters come to the plate. No runs are scored. There's 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left stranded for Cheyenne of the 5th. 2 innings left to this slugfest in the East vs. West showdown tonight. Cheyenne still leads Minot by a score of 2-0 on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. Don't go anywhere. It's just getting good from here in Jamestown.
At Shots Crossroads, we make 8 gallons of homemade ranch dressing every day. so you can smother your dinner salad with it. Dip those crispy golden French fries in it and dunk your breaded chicken strips. You can even cover your... Wait, no. You can't put ranch on steak. Or can you? Shots Crossroads. Don't forget the ranch.
Caleb Dewar, the starting pitcher for West Fargo Cheyenne tonight, sitting on 7 strikeouts, 5 hits against, but he hasn't surrendered a run yet. Can the Magi find a way to do that here? They're right to the middle of the order. Batters 6, 7, and 8. As Leighton Ludwig's going to come up 0 for 1 here tonight with a walk to his name, batting on the right side, wearing number 13. Designated hitter for the Magi, wearing those white uniforms. White on the top, then there's a maroon stripe halfway down the back, then a larger Vegas gold stripe. Another maroon stripe, then gold, then it tucks into the pants. Ludwig sees strike one. A fastball comes down. 2 maroon stripes up. The sleeve of the arm as well with the Vegas gold stripe in the middle. Ludwig hammers that one towards second. Glove there by Hogan, and Hogan's got the 4-3 put up. Brings up Noah Stenvold. Well, it would be Noah Stenvold, but Minot brings in Johnson to hit instead. Stenvold with 2 strikeouts to his name in his first 2 at-bats tonight. Oh, Tyler Johnson comes in. Right-handed batter to hit here for the Magi. Some Minot High fans in attendance here tonight. Hear them come alive. And, well, let's go TJ. TJ sees the first one, a fastball in for a strike. No balls, 1 strike. Second one comes across the plate as well. And Dewar throwing some heat here. And Tyler Johnson behind to the count, 0-2. Here's the windup of the pitch. Strike number 3. He didn't take a swing, and Tyler Johnson goes down looking. Strikeout number 8 to the ball game for Caleb Dewar. Mowbray's going to come to the dish now. And bat for the Magi in place of Carson Deaver. Mowbray came in last night and closed the game out for the Magi. Credited with the save last night after Buchanan almost went the distance. Wind up of the pitch. That one's in for a strike. Carter Mowbray seeing the 0-1 pitch, and he's going to poke that one out towards right. Tracking it back. Second baseman and the right fielder, Cooper Borchardt. Borchardt comes in and makes the play. Well, West Fargo Cheyenne made quick work of the Magi in that one. 3 up, 3 down in the top half of the 6th inning. Minot High scores no runs. They don't register a hit. Nobody left on base because nobody got there. And Cheyenne does not commit an error. We're through 5.5 here at Jamestown. In the state semifinals, we've got ourselves a ball game. 2-0. Cheyenne leads the Magi on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard.
The right way to top a sub is with real red wine vinegar made from red grapes and no food coloring. And the right way to film it is in slow motion. Obviously. Because authentic ingredients make a sub above.
Congratulations are in order to Troy Berg, the catcher from Dickinson, who's named the Gatorade Player of the Year 2020 in North Dakota High School baseball. He caught today for the Midgets, who fell to Fargo Shanley 5-2 in semifinal number 1 earlier on here tonight. Here we are at semifinal number 2. And we've got ourselves a 2-0 ball game. Cheyenne on top of Mountain High. Kellen Burke behind the dish took the last warm-up pitch coming from Deaver, who's up to 65 pitches of work here tonight. The freshman hanging in real tight here tonight. Doing a nice job. Burke's throw down over to second was right on the money. Leading things off here for West Fargo Cheyenne.
Now back to the Mustangs, number 4, Carter Carlson.
Will be Carter Carlson. Batting in place of Casey Clemenson. Clemenson's last at bat, he had an RBI single. Ryan Bodell makes the roster change. And 2 pitchers are fired in from Deaver. Both balls, and the count sits at 2-0. To the right-handed batter, Carter Carlson. Here's the windup of the pitch. Chops that one down the third base line, but foul. Shadows starting to cover the ballpark here at Jack Brown Stadium as the sun continues to go down. The lights are now on. Shining out onto the ball field. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Carlson. Curveball got away from Deaver. That was high in the zone for a ball. 3 balls and a strike. Here to the pitch hitting Carter Carlson. 3-1 delivery from Deaver. And he kind of checked, swung at it, came right back up to Deaver. And it's going to be a 1-3 putout to the Magi. Put one away as Carlson thought about taking a full cut at that one. Could have put a check swing on it. Almost bunted it right back. Deaver picked it up and fired it back over to first for the first out of the 6th inning. Cooper Borchart's up. The right fielder. 0 for 1 with a walk here tonight. Facing the freshman Deaver. That curveball's been working all night long, and that time it drops in perfectly for strike number 1. That thing moves like me when I see a snake in the grass. All over the place and quick. Here's the 0-1 pitch coming to Borchardt. Worked that one inside, but 2 inside, and that's a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Don't forget about CleanTech's 24/7 disaster response and restoration services. Visit them online at cleantechllc.us. CleanTech's been coming to the rescue since 1992. 2-1 the count here to Borchardt. Number 6 hitter of the Cheyenne lineup. Deaver kicks and delivers that one. Hammered towards third. It bounced on the dirt right in front of Ruziska. Mountain High's third baseman, and it went upstairs to the top corner. Over the shoulder and out to left field, and on is Borchardt with a single. In hockey terms, be like the 3-hole on the goaltender, if you will. That one took a funny hop right in front of Ruziska. Majority of the players in the matchup today playing field positions have eye black on. Ruziska, one of them, over at third base. He's got the glove up, blocking the sun from his sight here. This ball's going to be driven hard out to center field. Tracking it is Hunter Horner, and Hunter comes up with the glove out. It's center field as Evan Berg plastered that one out to center. The Magi pick up their second out here of the bottom half of the 6th. Grant Workentine comes up again. Talked about how good he's been here at the state tournament. An RBI double his first at bat. Grounded out back in the 4th, so he's 1 for 2 here in the ball game. And in the tournament again, 3 for 3 yesterday with a pair of RBIs. Hammers that one towards Ruziska, gets past him, and out to left field it goes, and Workentine's got another hit here. Single for Workentine. Advances Borchardt to second, and there's runners on first and second now for Cheyenne. Here with 2 down in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Tanner Babe comes in to hit. In place of James Hogan. First International Bank and Trust scoreboard reads 2-0 Cheyenne on top. And they look for a 2-out rally to add some more runs and some run support here, but it's Deaver that paints the corner with a curveball for a strike. No balls, 1 strike, 2 out. That one slaps the glove for strike number 2. Scotty Cattell wrapped up state softball about 2 blocks away earlier on here tonight. Joined up in the booth by him and Mr. Mitch Lundy, the athletic director for Mountain High. Scotty, are we playing golf tomorrow or what? I've been telling people all week that we're going to. Scott shakes his head no. Are you scared or what's the deal? I'm not scared of you, he says with a smile. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 down here for the Magi. I think the Mountain High Hall of Fame broadcaster should take me on tomorrow in a Skins game playing somewhere. That one fouled back. Yeah, the count sits at 1-2. Late portions of the ball game, and the heat is on here as Deaver sends that one in. Got away from Kellen Burke as it went down into the dirt right in front of home plate, and Borchart's going to move over to third. Workentine gets over to second. And the count sits at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Carson Deaver, the freshman, that gets the call here in the biggest game of the season for the Magi, has battled well here tonight. 5 strikeouts for him. This would be an opportunity for number 6 in the biggest of the ball game. He'll turn and fire, sends it in. Did he get it? Just missed the outside corner. That curveball moving again. Mountain High fans thought that that was going to be rung up. K, number 6 of the night, and Deaver just missed. Deaver steps off. Doesn't like the call from Burke. Burke looks over at Phil Shurik, and Phil Shurik delivers the call back to Burke. Then Burke gives it off to Deaver. Phil, the former Gatorade Player of the Year for baseball, drafted by the Cleveland Indians, now coaching Mountain High. That one paints the corner of the curveball there for strike 3. He struck him out. Deaver with number 6 of the ball game. And the young man really impressing here tonight. Cheyenne scores no runs. They registered 2 hits, no Mountain High errors, and the Mustangs have 2 stranded as the freshman Carson Deaver paints the corner with a nasty curveball. And we still sit at a 2-0 score on the First International Bank and Trust scoreboard. Cheyenne still in the driver's seat as we come to the late portions of the ball game. And a must-score situation here for the Magi as we enter inning number 7.
Carson, timeout.
Who calls a timeout in this game?
Me, I'm icing the kicker.
Really?
It'll give us more time to talk about First Western Bank and Trust,
Like our convenient online banking.
along with smart trust service options.
We're all about hometown service with bankers that know you and the community.
Okay, go ahead and kick.
I don't believe this.
First Western Bank and Trust. You can bank on us.
Not many 9th graders get an opportunity in varsity sports. Minot has kind of changed that tide here as of late. The 8th grade dominance of the girls basketball floor, the state championship for the Magents. The best players are going to play, and that seems to be the case here. Deaver doing a good job tonight. Mountain High needs some runs, though, to stay alive in this state semifinal matchup. They trail 2-0. We enter the 7th. And the first batter for the Magi is Parker Hahn. Number 9 batter here for the Magicians. Chops one over towards right, and he's got his second single of the ball game. Parker Hahn, 2 for 3 here tonight, batting in the 9 spot. gets on over to first as he connects on that. And that's going to draw the attention of Ryan Bodell back out to the pitcher's mound. And Bodell's going to come out on the 93rd pitch of the ball game. Shake Caleb Dewar's hand. And Caleb Dewar is going to be done for the night. He gets a round of applause from everybody here at Jack Brown Stadium in Jamestown. Rightfully deserving. Caleb Dewar is going to go 6 complete innings pitched. Gets into the 7th, but it goes in as 6th. Into the scorebook officially. Mountain High puts 6 runs on the right-handed pitcher. 6 hits on the right-handed pitcher. No runs. There was an error at the time that he was on the hill, and he had 8 strikeouts here tonight for West Fargo Cheyenne. Great outing for him. Three walks on his name as well here tonight.
Casey Clemenson.
Well, here's Casey Clemenson. The talk was that we would probably see him tonight, and now we do. Where's number 21? Big kid that throws it left-handed. He's got some motion on the warm-up pitches and some speed. Clemenson looks to come in and close this one out here for West Fargo Cheyenne tonight as all the infielders come right behind the mound and take a knee. Clemenson delivers to Workentine. And Mountain High's batters look on at the top of the order with Morgan Nygaard, who's got a pair of singles tonight. He struck out his last at-bat. Kellen Burke and Jonas Bubak with the runner on first base. It's the top of the order for the Magi. And they need some magic right now as Clemenson comes in and looks to throw some heat here in this one. Casey Clemenson, the 11th grader here for Cheyenne. Creedence Clearwater revisited here on the loudspeakers. Reminds me of Corbett Field back in the days when Ernie King would play the music and announce the baseball games. Remember those times back in the early 2000s? Ernie King. Clemenson's first pitch right down Broadway for a strike against Morgan Nygaard. Those were the good old days when Luke Domrys would just scream at the top of his lungs and heckle the opposing teams. Clemenson's going to step off the hill, walks back over to the grass towards second, comes back up. I don't know how Domrys would do that either. He would just hoot and holler at the opposing team, and he had no personal information about him. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. That one was motored, and Nygaard back in the count now, 0 balls, 2 strikes. The best part of that whole situation of Vistas baseball and Magi baseball back in the early 2000s is that if Domrys, the heckler, wasn't yelling, Ernie King would get on the mic and tell him to. Swing and a miss, and Morgan Nygaard strikes out as Clemenson fires that one in. Kellen Burke comes up to the dish. He walked back in the first. Gets a hold of one here, but it is sent back foul. No balls and 1 strike. 1 down for the Magi. Must score situation here at the top of the 7th. First International Bank and Trust scoreboard reading 2-0 in favor of West Fargo Cheyenne. And Clemenson just continues to throw the gas. That one right down Broadway for a strike. Burke touched him on his first pitch. Can he touch him on number 3? Here's the kick and the delivery from the left-hander. Burke does touch it. Towers it back and foul. Clemenson wears number 21. Got the white cleats on, taking his time up on the hill. Stands facing over towards first base where Parker Hahn stands with a healthy lead, and now time is called here for Burke. Burke played for the Magi as an 8th grader. He's now in his freshman year. He'll be a sophomore next year. Has an 0-2 count against one of the top pitchers in the state. That one's inside. And ball number 1 goes on the board, and the first ball we've seen from Casey Clemenson, the West Fargo Cheyenne gun. 1-2 pitch coming. Kick and delivery right down Broadway. He struck him out. Kellen Burke looked at that one. Looked back at the umpire, then walked over to the dugout. Jonas Bubach, the senior, gave him ducks and said, hey, we're all right. Bubach, the right-hander, steps in. Singled his last at-bat, struck out of the 3rd, reached on an error the 1st. Here's Bubach. Swings on, and he fouls that one back. It's not like Feeney for Bismarck a few years ago where nobody could even touch it. Throwing 96 miles an hour in Legion baseball for Bismarck. But Clemenson has the gas. Here's the 0-1 pitch high in the zone. Workentine had it come out of his glove. He had to track back after it in the batter's circle. Grabs it, fires it back up. 1 out away from Cheyenne, going back to the state title matchup. 1-1 pitch to Jonas Bubach. Swung on, and strike 2 registered. Cheyenne played Shanley last year in the state championship game. They won by a score of 11-1. First state title for them. Mountain High trying to get back there, but 1 strike away. Here's the pitch that comes in, gets away from Workentine. Hahn's going to get on over to second, and the Magi have a runner in scoring position as Hahn successfully gets over to second as the ball got away from Workentine. Jonas Bubach's going to walk up here. Wonder what's a bigger pressure situation for him. Speaking at the graduation in front of thousands and thousands of people last Sunday, or sitting with a 2-2 count in a must-hit situation. The windup of the pitch, he struck him out. Clemenson comes in and closes out the ball game, and Cheyenne moves on to the state title game again as they take care of Minot tonight, 2-0. Shots Crossroad postgame show comes up next. We'll break it down in its entirety as the Magi and Mustangs have one of the better baseball games at the state tournament here in 2022. Postgame show comes up next here on the PSP Network.
Oh, easy, easy. I think I'm good. You got my good side, right? Not too many lights. I don't want to get fried before my time. Oh, it's egg-tastic. You never know what dish you're going to end up in. My dream dish is a 99. It's so popular. Me and a fellow egg tag teaming with some crispy golden hash browns. Have you seen those hash browns? Those guys are shredded. Throw in some diced ham, onions, and melted cheese. Oh, it's a party for your taste buds. Oh, here comes Chevy. Hold on, Chevy. Did you guys get everything that you needed? 99. Here I come. Shots Crossroads. It's an excellent place to eat.
Shots Crossroads brings you our postgame show here tonight. Shots Crossroads, located on the 2 and 52 bypass east in Minot. Shots Crossroads, where you can order online and pick it up at Shots Crossroads. Open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Got to try the ham and cheese balls there. You also got to try the banana cream pie. Delicious stuff at Shots Crossroads. They bring you the post-game show here tonight to the state semifinals, where Minot High gave everything they could here tonight, holding West Fargo Cheyenne to 2 runs in the state semifinal matchup. But Minot High was unable to put a run on the board. They got goose egg tonight. They had 6 hits in the ball game. But at the right times in the matchup here tonight, it was Caleb Dewar, the sophomore pitcher, with his 8 strikeouts, and Casey Clemenson that came in to close things out tonight. That were the difference makers here for West Fargo Cheyenne. The line reads of this one. In the first inning, Mountain High led things off, and they batted in the first on the top half of the order. No runs on 1 hit. Cheyenne committed an error. Minot left 3 on base. In the first, Cheyenne scored none. They had 2 hits, no errors. They left 2 on base. Same stat line for the Magi in the second. No runs, no hits, no errors on Cheyenne. 1 left on base. Cheyenne scored their first run in the second inning. 1 run on 1 hit, no Minot errors, 1 left on. Third inning, Minot High no runs on 1 hit, 0 errors, and they left 1 stranded. In the third, Cheyenne scored their second run. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, 1 left on. And then it was goose eggs for the Magi in the run column. In the 4th inning, they did leave 1 stranded. Goose eggs in the 4th inning as well for Cheyenne. Nobody even got to base. Minot High went 1, 2, 3. Same thing happened to the Magi in the 6th, but the 5th was the inning that really looked like the tides were going to turn for the Magi. No runs on 3 hits, and they had 3 stranded when it was all said and done. 5th inning for Cheyenne. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left on base. 1, 2, 3 in the 6th inning for the Magi. Nobody got to base. And in the 7th, Minot High ends up with no runs on 1 hit and 1 stranded. Cheyenne didn't bat to the 7th. Total numbers in this one. Cheyenne scores 2 runs on 8 total hits. They had 1 error in the ballgame. They left 7 runners out there. Minot High had 0 runs on 6 hits. No errors on the Magi tonight. They played defensively very sound in this ballgame. They were good. But they left 10 runners on base here tonight. And that was the difference maker of the ball game. And again, Caleb Dewar just came up with the strikeouts when he needed them. He's the winning pitcher here tonight. Losing pitcher will be the Minot High freshman that comes away with an excellent performance tonight. Carson Deaver, the freshman. 6 strikeouts for him. Goes the distance tonight for the Magi. And again, only giving up 2 runs against West Fargo Cheyenne, the number 1 seed out of the East Region. And he was only hit 8 times here tonight. A lot to be proud of. 1 hour, 39 minutes the time of this game. That was the quickest game we've seen at the tournament so far. And the lowest scoring game we've seen at the tournament so far. Credit both pitchers in this one here tonight. They really showcased the stuff that they had in the state semifinals. Shanley moves on to play tomorrow against West Fargo Cheyenne. It's a rematch from last year. Another matchup of state championship caliber. Last year it was Shanley that fell to West Fargo Cheyenne 11-1. Will that happen tomorrow, or will Shanley have an answer for Cheyenne at 4:30? Minot High is going to play Dickinson 35 minutes after the 11:30 game tomorrow. We will not have coverage of that game on the PSP Network. Only coverage of the state championship game tomorrow night between West Fargo and Fargo Shanley. Shots Crossroads postgame show rolls on. Last order of business, our Sports Clips MVP of the game. Be the MVP when you go to Sports Clips and get the MVP haircut experience. Nothing comes close to making you feel like an MVP like the MVP experience at Sport Clips. Minot and Bismarck, Sports Clips brings you the MVP of the matchup here tonight. Hard to go away from the pitchers, isn't it? I certainly think it is. Deaver, the freshman, Caleb Dewar, the sophomore. Collectively, between the two of them, they had 14 strikeouts here tonight against some pretty good bats at that. Offensively for the Magi, nobody really stood out offensively except for Morgan Nygaard with a pair of singles. Bubak had a single. Parker Hahn was good. Parker Hahn had a pair of singles himself here tonight. I don't know if it was worthy of MVP nominations here tonight or not. On the other side, you look at the single for Hammond, a double and a single for Gustafson. He was certainly good. RBI for Clemenson and a single for him. Workentine again went 2 for 3 with an RBI double and a single. But when it's all said and done here tonight, we're going to give a tip of the hat to both pitchers as our MVPs of the contest here tonight. Caleb Dewar, the sophomore from West Fargo Cheyenne, and Bonnet High's Carson Deaver, the freshman. Again, 14 combined strikeouts in the ball game here tonight. They are our Sport Clip MVPs. It's going to do it here tonight from Jack Brown Stadium. The best news is we'll be able to get to Applebee's in time tonight to have some chicken wings. Last night they closed the doors right when we walked in at 11. We didn't get out of here last night until 10:45, and now tonight it's 9:02. What will we do with all the time? I'm sure Scotty K and I could find something. Applebee's will certainly be fun. Final again. It's semifinal number 2. The defending champion West Fargo Cheyenne Mustangs take care of the Magi from Bonnet High with a final of a 2-0 score. And a good ball game here tonight. It's going to do it from Jack Brown Stadium here in Jamestown, North Dakota for day number 2 of the state tournament. Join us tomorrow night at 4:30 for the state championship, where the Mustangs and Deacons come together for the second straight year. For Scott Cattell and all of those great sponsors we have and all the fans listening, we thank you for joining us tonight from Jamestown. Until tomorrow at 4:30, hope you have a great night. Good night, and God bless.
At Shots Crossroads, we make 8 gallons of homemade ranch dressing every day, so you can smother your dinner salad with it, dip those crispy golden French fries in it, and dunk your breaded chicken strips. You can even cover your... Wait, no. You can't put ranch on steak. Or can you? Shots Crossroads. Don't forget the ranch.